Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Magic of Wetland Magical Ecosystems. Long before wizards understood the intricate workings of magical energy, they recognized that certain landscapes held more power than others. Among these special places, wetlands have always occupied a position of particular reverence and mystery. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a magical marsh as twilight settles over the water, where mist rises like gentle spirits, and the boundary between earth and water becomes as fluid as the magic that flows through it. Wetland magical ecosystems represent some of the most complex and powerful convergences of natural and arcane forces in the wizarding world. Unlike the dry, contained magic of castle stones or the fierce energy of mountain peaks, wetland magic flows with the patient rhythm of tides and seasons. It seeps through soggy earth, pools in hidden hollows, and rises with the morning fog to touch everything within its reach with subtle, persistent enchantment. The very nature of wetlands creates perfect conditions for magical accumulation. Water, that most essential element for life, acts as both conductor and reservoir for magical energy. In wetlands, where water neither rushes away like a river nor remains still like a lake, magical forces find their perfect medium. The water here moves slowly, deliberately, allowing magic to saturate every drop, every grain of saturated soil, every root system that spreads beneath the surface. Imagine walking along a narrow path through such a place, your feet sinking slightly into the yielding earth with each step. The air around you shimmers with more than humidity. It carries traces of enchantment so thick you could almost taste them. Every breath draws in magic that has been filtered through layers of sediment, purified by countless plants, and enriched by the life cycles of magical creatures who call these places home. The plant life in magical wetlands displays characteristics found nowhere else in nature. Bog moss here doesn't simply absorb water. It drinks in magical essence until each strand glows with a soft phosphorescent light. Cattails grow, not just tall, but impossibly tall, their seed heads releasing sparkles that drift on the wind like tiny stars. Water lilies bloom with petals that change color based on the magical currents flowing beneath them, creating natural barometers for the ebb and flow of mystical energy. These plants have evolved over countless generations to not merely tolerate magical saturation, but to thrive in it. Their root systems form vast underground networks that function like the circulatory system of the wetland itself. Through these organic channels, magical energy flows from one end of the ecosystem to the other, creating a living web of power that responds to the smallest changes in the magical climate. The relationship between water and magic in these environments creates phenomena that continue to puzzle even the most learned magibiologists. In some wetlands, the water itself becomes mildly sentient, responding to the presence of visitors with gentle ripples or sudden stillness. Magical researchers have documented pools that reflect not the sky above, but glimpses of distant magical locations, as if the water serves as a window between realms. During certain seasons, particularly in spring when new life bursts forth with overwhelming vitality, the magical energy in wetlands can become so concentrated that it affects the behavior of nearby magical creatures. Bowtruckles venture further from their trees, drawn by the promise of enhanced growth for their wooden homes. The strolls, usually solitary creatures, gather in small groups near wetland edges, perhaps sensing something in the saturated air that speaks to their mysterious nature. The magical properties of wetland water extend far beyond simple energy storage. Herbologists have long known that water collected from magical marshes possesses unique qualities that enhance the potency of healing potions. When properly prepared under the light of a full moon, this water can amplify the effects of medicinal herbs tenfold. The water seems to remember every plant it has touched, every magical creature that has drunk from it, creating a liquid archive of natural wisdom. Temperature variations in magical wetlands follow patterns that seem to defy conventional understanding. Even in the depths of winter, certain areas maintain warmth that allows rare plants to flourish year-round. These warm zones shift and move, like living things, creating microclimates that support extraordinary biodiversity. Some magical botanists theorize that the wetlands themselves possess a primitive form of consciousness, actively nurturing the life within their boundaries. The seasonal cycles in magical wetlands unfold like elaborate rituals performed by nature itself. Spring brings not just new growth, but new types of magic. The energy that has been dormant beneath winter ice suddenly explodes into activity, creating spectacular displays of natural enchantment. Flowers bloom in impossible colors, their perfume carrying subtle charms that affect the mood and perceptions of anyone who breathes it in. Summer deepens the magic, allowing it to penetrate to the very bedrock beneath the wetland. During these months, the boundary between the magical and mundane worlds grows thin. Creatures from other realms sometimes slip through these weakened barriers, adding their own exotic energies to the already complex magical ecosystem. These visitors rarely stay long, but their presence leaves lasting changes in the magical signature of the wetland. Autumn brings a different kind of magic as the wetland begins its preparation for winter's rest. The energy that has been building throughout the growing season starts to consolidate, concentrating in the roots and rhizomes that will survive the cold months. This magical hibernation creates opportunities for careful harvesting by those who understand the delicate timing required to gather wetland materials without disrupting the ecosystem's balance. Winter transforms magical wetlands into landscapes of crystalline beauty and dormant power. Ice forms intricate patterns that seem to map the flow of underground magical currents. Snow falls differently here, each flake carrying a tiny spark of enchantment that creates an otherworldly glow across the frozen landscape. Even in this season of apparent rest, the magic continues its slow circulation beneath the ice, preparing for the explosive renewal that spring will bring. The creatures that inhabit magical wetlands display adaptations that reflect their intimate relationship with these powerful environments. Frogs here don't simply croak. They sing in harmonious choruses that can influence the weather patterns for miles around. Their voices carry magic, like tuning forks carry sound, creating vibrations that resonate through both air and water to affect the very fabric of reality. Water birds in these environments develop plumage that shifts color based on the magical currents they fly through. Their migration patterns follow lines of magical force rather than simple geography, creating flight paths that seem random to casual observers, but reveal profound purpose to those who understand the deeper currents at work. Fish in magical wetlands often exhibit abilities that blur the line between natural adaptation and supernatural gift. Some species can phase between liquid and solid states, allowing them to swim through apparently solid objects. Others communicate through patterns of bioluminescence, so complex they approach a form of written language, recording the history of their waters and living light. The amphibians deserve special mention, as they represent the perfect intersection of wetland and magical adaptation. These creatures, equally at home in water and on land, serve as bridges between the aquatic and terrestrial magical communities. Some salamanders found in magical wetlands can regenerate not just lost limbs, but lost magical abilities, making them invaluable to healers and researchers studying the restoration of damaged magical cores. Insect life in magical wetlands creates its own intricate ecosystem of tiny enchantments. Dragonflies here trace patterns in the air that strengthen protective wards around the wetlands' borders. Mosquitoes, usually mere pests, develop the ability to sense magical disturbances from great distances, serving as an early warning system for the larger magical community. The interaction between magical wetlands and weather patterns creates some of the most spectacular natural phenomena in the wizarding world. Storms that pass over these areas often develop unusual characteristics: lightning that travels upward from earth to sky, rain that falls in colors other than clear, winds that carry whispered messages across vast distances. Fog rising from magical wetlands possesses properties that can affect memory and perception. Those who walk through such mists often report experiencing vivid recollections of events that occurred centuries ago in the same location. The fog seems to preserve echoes of the past, allowing sensitive individuals to glimpse the wetland's history through the veil of time. The conservation of magical wetlands presents unique challenges that go far beyond ordinary environmental protection. These ecosystems cannot simply be preserved. They must be actively maintained through careful magical stewardship. The energy flows that sustain them require periodic renewal through rituals and ceremonies that have been passed down through generations of magical naturalists. Human encroachment poses particular threats to magical wetlands, not because of physical destruction alone, but because the presence of non-magical development can disrupt the delicate energy patterns that sustain these environments. Even distant construction projects can send vibrations through the earth that interfere with the underground magical currents, sometimes causing entire ecosystems to slowly fade and die. Climate change affects magical wetlands in ways that purely mundane science cannot fully measure or predict. As global temperatures shift, the magical energy patterns that have remained stable for millennia begin to fluctuate unpredictably. Some wetlands experience sudden surges of power that overwhelm their natural regulatory systems, while others gradually lose their magical potency as changing conditions disrupt the careful balance that sustains them. The study of wetland magical ecosystems continues to reveal new wonders and mysteries. Recent research has discovered that some wetlands appear to communicate with each other across vast distances, sharing information about environmental changes and magical fluctuations through methods that researchers are only beginning to understand. This suggests that the global network of magical wetlands may function as a planetary nervous system, sensing and responding to changes in the world's magical climate. As you consider these remarkable ecosystems, think about the patience and wisdom embodied in their slow, steady rhythms. Unlike the dramatic magic of lightning storms or volcanic eruptions, wetland magic teaches us about persistence, adaptation, and the power that accumulates through gentle, sustained effort. These landscapes remind us that the most profound transformations often happen gradually, invisibly, through the accumulated effect of countless small changes working in harmony toward a greater purpose. In the quiet spaces where water meets earth, where the boundaries between elements become fluid and permeable, we find some of nature's most profound lessons about the relationship between magic and life. These wetlands stand as testament to the power of patience, the wisdom of adaptation, and the beauty that emerges when natural and supernatural forces work together in perfect balance. What hidden depths might you discover if you could dive beneath the surface of a magical wetland and swim through its accumulated centuries of dreams, memories, and whispered secrets? Chapter 2. The Development of Self-Indexing Books. Ancient parchment whispers secrets of organization that transformed the very foundations of magical knowledge. Tonight, we shall explore the remarkable evolution of self-indexing books, those miraculous volumes that revolutionized how wizards store, retrieve, and share information across the centuries. Long before the invention of self-indexing enchantments, magical libraries faced challenges that would perplex even the most organized minds. Imagine yourself standing in the vast halls of an early magical library, surrounded by towering shelves that stretch beyond sight, filled with thousands upon thousands of volumes. Without magical assistance, finding a specific piece of information required either extraordinary memory or painstaking manual searches that could consume entire days. The earliest magical books were magnificent in their own right, bound in dragon hide and written with phoenix feather quills, but they possessed no ability to organize themselves or guide readers to relevant passages. Scholars would spend months creating elaborate card catalogs and cross-reference systems, only to find that their carefully maintained indexes became obsolete as new knowledge was added to their collections. The frustration of losing precious research time to organizational challenges drove the greatest magical minds of their era to seek innovative solutions. The first breakthrough came from an unlikely source, a librarian named Perpetua Fancourt, who worked in the restricted section of a private magical archive in medieval Scotland. Fancourt had grown tired of the endless hours spent updating indexes by hand, particularly when dealing with books that seemed to change their content based on the reader's needs or the phase of the moon. Her initial experiments involved simple pointing charms that could direct readers to specific words or phrases, but these primitive enchantments proved unreliable and often led researchers astray. Fancourt's revolutionary insight came during a particularly frustrating evening when she was attempting to cross-reference 17 different texts on ancient rune translations. As she worked by candlelight, repeatedly flipping through pages and scribbling notes, she noticed that her quill seemed to anticipate where she wanted to write, moving toward the parchment before she had consciously decided what to record. This observation sparked the realization that magical tools could be enchanted not just to respond to commands, but to anticipate needs based on patterns of use. The development of truly self-indexing books required advances in several distinct areas of magical theory. First, enchanters needed to understand how to imbue inanimate objects with a form of limited consciousness, not true sentience, but a basic awareness that could recognize patterns and respond to them appropriately. Second, they had to master the complex art of information mapping, creating magical networks within books that could track every word, concept, and connection across hundreds or thousands of pages. The breakthrough came through the application of modified memory charms, similar to those used in pensives, but adapted for permanent installation in book bindings. These enchantments created what magical theorists call cognitive echoes, impressions left by every reader who had ever opened the book, allowing the volume to gradually learn what information was most frequently sought and how different concepts related to one another. Early self-indexing books were marvels of their time, though their capabilities seem primitive by modern standards. These volumes could only track the most basic information, chapter headings, major topics, and frequently referenced names or places. The index would appear as shimmering text on the inside cover, updating itself whenever new content was added, or when usage patterns suggested that additional cross-references would be helpful. The real magic lay in how these books learned from their readers. Each time someone opened a volume and searched for specific information, the book's consciousness recorded not just what was found, but the path of reasoning that led to that discovery. Over time, successful research patterns became embedded in the book's magical memory, allowing future readers to benefit from the accumulated wisdom of everyone who had studied the text before them. As the technology evolved, self-indexing books began to develop more sophisticated capabilities. Advanced volumes could recognize synonyms and related concepts, automatically creating cross-references between ideas that might not obviously connect. A book on magical creatures might link passages about phoenixes with sections on healing magic, fire resistance, and celestial events, understanding that researchers interested in one topic would likely find value in the others. The golden age of self-indexing book development occurred during the Renaissance period, when magical scholarship experienced unprecedented growth and innovation. Books from this era display an elegance and intelligence that has rarely been equaled since. These volumes didn't simply organize information. They actively participated in the research process, suggesting connections and highlighting patterns that might escape even experienced scholars. Master bookbinders of this period guarded their techniques jealously, passing down secrets through carefully selected apprentices who swore magical oaths of secrecy. The most skilled artisans could create books that seemed to understand not just the literal content of their pages, but the emotional and intellectual context in which that information might be used. A history book might emphasize different events based on whether the reader was seeking to understand causes of conflict or examples of peaceful resolution. The enchantments used in self-indexing books required regular maintenance and periodic renewal, leading to the development of specialized magical professions. Index weavers became highly sought-after specialists who could repair damaged organizational enchantments and upgrade older books with newer capabilities. These skilled professionals developed tools and techniques that allowed them to work with the delicate magical structures within books without disrupting the accumulated learning that made each volume unique. Different magical cultures developed their own approaches to self-indexing enchantments, resulting in fascinating variations in how these books operated. Celtic magical traditions emphasized intuitive organization, creating books that responded to emotional needs as much as intellectual ones. Germanic approaches focused on logical precision, producing volumes with incredibly detailed and hierarchical organizational structures. Eastern magical traditions developed books that could reorganize themselves based on seasonal cycles or celestial events, reflecting the belief that the same information might have different significance at different times. The introduction of self-indexing books had profound effects on magical education and research. Students no longer needed to memorize vast catalogs of references. Instead, they could focus their energy on understanding concepts and developing critical thinking skills. This shift allowed magical education to become more sophisticated and nuanced, as teachers could assign complex research projects, knowing that students would be able to navigate the necessary resources efficiently. Advanced self-indexing books began to exhibit behaviors that bordered on true intelligence. These remarkable volumes could recognize when a reader was struggling with a particular concept and would automatically surface simpler explanations or foundational materials. They could detect when someone was approaching a dangerous topic without proper preparation, and would gently redirect attention to safety information or prerequisite knowledge. The most sophisticated self-indexing books developed the ability to communicate with other volumes in the same library, creating networks of interconnected knowledge that transformed entire collections into unified research tools. When a scholar consulted one book about dragon behavior, related volumes on fire magic, metallurgy, and healing would automatically prepare themselves with relevant information, their indexes shifting to highlight potentially useful cross-references. The mass production of self-indexing books faced significant challenges as demand grew beyond the capacity of individual master craftsmen. Early attempts at standardization often resulted in books with reduced capabilities, as the complex magical work required for true self-indexing enchantments was difficult to replicate through automated processes. This led to the development of tiered systems, where basic self-indexing features could be mass-produced, while more advanced capabilities remained the province of custom work. The interaction between self-indexing books and their readers created unexpected benefits that went beyond simple organization. Scholars who worked extensively with these enchanted volumes often reported improvements in their own memory and organizational abilities. The books seemed to teach their users how to think more systematically, creating mental habits that persisted even when working with ordinary non-magical texts. Some of the most famous magical discoveries were made possible by the pattern recognition capabilities of advanced self-indexing books. These volumes could identify subtle connections across vast amounts of information, drawing attention to relationships that might take human researchers years to notice. The development of several major magical theories can be traced directly to insights suggested by particularly sophisticated self-indexing systems. The conservation of ancient self-indexing books presents unique challenges for modern magical librarians. The enchantments that give these books their remarkable capabilities are often more fragile than the physical materials from which they're made. Restoration work must preserve not just the text and binding, but the accumulated knowledge and organizational patterns that represent centuries of scholarly use. Modern magical libraries continue to benefit from advances in self-indexing technology, though contemporary approaches differ significantly from historical methods. Digital magical systems can process information at speeds impossible for book-based enchantments, but they often lack the intuitive understanding and accumulated wisdom that make ancient self-indexing books so valuable for certain types of research. The study of self-indexing books has contributed to broader understanding of artificial intelligence in magical contexts. These volumes represent some of the earliest successful attempts to create inanimate objects with learning capabilities, providing insights that inform modern developments in everything from animated magical portraits to autonomous magical devices. Contemporary magical scholars debate whether the convenience of modern information systems has come at the cost of deeper learning. Self-indexing books required readers to engage actively with the organizational process, developing research skills and forming mental connections that purely automated systems might not encourage. Some institutions have returned to using traditional self-indexing books for advanced courses, believing that the interactive nature of these volumes provides educational benefits that cannot be replicated through other means. The craftsmanship involved in creating superior self-indexing books represents one of the pinnacles of applied magical theory. Master bookbinders must understand not only the technical aspects of enchantment and binding, but also cognitive theory, information science, and the subtle art of creating magical consciousness. The most skilled practitioners are as much philosophers as craftsmen, designing systems that reflect deep understanding of how knowledge is acquired, organized, and used. Private collectors prize vintage self-indexing books, not just for their historical value, but for their unique personalities and accumulated knowledge. Each volume represents a collaboration between its creator and generations of readers, resulting in organizational patterns and insights that cannot be duplicated. Some rare books have developed such sophisticated understanding of their subject matter that consulting them is like having conversations with the greatest scholars in their fields. The future of self-indexing books lies in hybrid approaches that combine the intuitive wisdom of traditional enchantments with the processing power of modern magical systems. Experimental projects are developing books that can communicate across vast distances, sharing organizational insights and research patterns to create global networks of interconnected knowledge. As you contemplate these remarkable achievements in magical information management, consider how the patient accumulation of knowledge mirrors the gradual development of wisdom in our own lives. Like the enchanted books that learn from each reader while sharing their insights with the next, we too benefit from the experiences of those who came before us, while contributing our own understanding to the collective knowledge of future generations. In what ways might the organization of knowledge reflect the organization of our thoughts, and how might learning to navigate one help us master the other? Chapter 3. The Ancient Wizarding Villages of Antigua. Crystalline waters lap against shores where ancient magic still slumbers beneath tropical sands. Tonight we journey to the forgotten wizarding settlements of Antigua, where Caribbean sunshine once illuminated magical communities that flourished in harmony with both sea and sky. Their legacy whispered in the trade winds that still carry echoes of their extraordinary enchantments. Before European exploration brought dramatic changes to the Caribbean, the islands of Antigua and Barbuda harbored magical communities that had evolved in isolation for over a millennium. These settlements represented a unique fusion of indigenous magical traditions, maritime mysticism, and the particular enchantments that arise when magical practitioners live in constant communion with tropical seas and perpetual sunshine. Picture yourself approaching one of these ancient villages as dawn breaks over the Caribbean. The settlement rises from a protected cove, where crystal-clear waters meet a crescent of silver sand. Palm trees sway with movements that seem choreographed by invisible hands, their fronds catching and redirecting magical currents that flow like warm breezes across the island. Coral formations offshore pulse with gentle bioluminescence, creating natural lighthouses that guide both ships and magical creatures safely to harbor. The architecture of Antiguan magical villages reflected the unique environmental challenges and opportunities of tropical island life. Houses were constructed not just to withstand hurricanes and flooding, but to channel the powerful magical energies that intensified during storm seasons. Buildings rose on stilts carved from enchanted mahogany, their foundations extending deep into the earth, to tap into underground streams of magical force that flowed beneath the island like veins of liquid starlight. These elevated structures served multiple purposes beyond simple flood protection. The space beneath each dwelling created natural workshops where island wizards could practice their crafts in the cooling shadows, while the elevation allowed magical energy to circulate freely around and through the living spaces above. During the intense heat of midday, families would retreat to these lower levels, where clever enchantments maintained comfortable temperatures even when the sun blazed overhead. The roofs of Antiguan magical houses were marvels of practical enchantment, designed to capture and channel both rainwater and magical precipitation. During tropical storms, when magical energy often concentrated in falling rain, these specially prepared surfaces could collect enough mystical force to power household enchantments for months. Intricate gutter systems, carved with symbols that resembled ancient pictographs, directed this magical runoff into underground cisterns, where it aged like fine wine, growing more potent with time. The central plaza of each village featured a remarkable structure, unique to Caribbean magical communities, the Hurricane Heart. This circular building, constructed from coral stone and reinforced with protective charms, served as both storm shelter and magical focal point. During the violent weather that regularly swept across the islands, the entire community would gather within the Hurricane Heart's walls, where powerful wards could deflect even the most destructive winds, while allowing the villagers to safely observe and study the magical phenomena that accompanied tropical storms. Island wizards had developed an intricate understanding of storm magic that surpassed anything practiced in landlocked magical communities. They could read the subtle signs that preceded hurricanes days before the storms became visible, detecting changes in magical pressure that preceded changes in atmospheric conditions. This knowledge allowed them to prepare not just for physical destruction, but for the massive discharges of raw magical energy that accompanied major weather events. The practice of storm riding became one of the most distinctive magical arts developed in Antiguan villages. Master weather workers would venture out during the early stages of hurricanes, using specialized flying enchantments that allowed them to navigate the chaotic magical currents within storm systems. These brave practitioners gathered rare materials that formed only during extreme weather: lightning-fused sand, pressure-crystallized seawater, and storm essence that could be used to create powerful protective amulets. The relationship between Antiguan wizards and the sea extended far beyond simple coastal living. These magical communities had learned to communicate with the intelligent creatures that inhabited Caribbean waters, forming alliances with dolphins, sea turtles, and the occasional visiting whale. Village shamans could speak in the clicking languages of marine mammals, negotiating safe passage for fishing boats and receiving advance warning of dangerous weather or supernatural threats approaching from the open ocean. Underwater gardens flourished in the shallow bays surrounding magical villages, tended by wizards who had mastered aquatic magic to a degree rarely seen elsewhere in the magical world. These submerged farms grew kelp varieties that could store magical energy, coral formations shaped into living sculptures, and seagrass meadows that served as nurseries for both mundane marine life and magical sea creatures. The gardens provided not only food and materials, but also created protective barriers around the islands, their magical emanations deterring hostile creatures from approaching the settlements. The magical cuisine of Antigua incorporated ingredients and preparation methods found nowhere else in the wizarding world. Island cooks had learned to infuse traditional foods with magical properties drawn from their unique environment. Fruits grown in magically enriched volcanic soil possessed healing properties that strengthened magical cores, while fish caught during certain lunar phases could enhance mental clarity and magical perception for days after consumption. Spice magic reached extraordinary sophistication in Antiguan kitchens, where cooks blended local herbs and imported seasonings to create flavor combinations that could induce specific magical effects. A properly prepared island curry might grant temporary resistance to heat-based spells, while a delicately spiced fish stew could enhance one's ability to communicate with marine creatures. These culinary traditions were closely guarded secrets, passed down through families and shared only with the most trusted friends and allies. The textile arts in Antiguan magical villages produced fabrics that seemed to capture the essence of island life itself. Weavers worked with cotton that had been grown in magically enhanced soil, creating cloth that remained cool in intense heat and dry even in tropical humidity. The dyes used to color these fabrics came from local plants and sea creatures, producing colors that shifted subtly throughout the day like the changing hues of Caribbean waters. Some of the most remarkable textiles were woven from threads spun by magical sea spiders, creatures that lived in underwater caves around the islands. These nearly transparent threads could be woven into fabric that was completely invisible when wet, making it invaluable for creating concealment garments and underwater exploration gear. The harvesting of sea spider silk required great skill and courage, as the creatures would only produce their finest threads in exchange for specific types of magical energy. The musical traditions of Antiguan magical villages reflected the complex rhythms of island life, the steady beat of waves against shore, the syncopated patterns of tropical rain, and the haunting calls of seabirds riding the trade winds. Island musicians developed instruments that could channel and focus magical energy through sound, creating melodies that could calm storms, summon favorable winds, or communicate across vast distances of open water. Drum circles held particular significance in Antiguan magical culture, as the rhythmic vibrations could resonate through the island's bedrock to connect with underground magical currents. During important ceremonies, the entire village would participate in these musical rituals, creating sonic patterns that strengthened protective wards around the settlement and called upon the benevolent spirits that watched over island communities. The healing arts practiced in Antiguan villages drew upon the remarkable biodiversity of tropical ecosystems, combined with magical techniques adapted specifically for the challenges of island life. Healers maintained extensive knowledge of local plants, many of which possessed medicinal properties enhanced by the magical environment in which they grew. Treatments often incorporated seawater that had been charged with healing energy, sand heated by magical fire, and coral preparations that could accelerate the mending of broken bones. The isolation of island communities necessitated the development of comprehensive healing traditions that could address virtually any medical need without outside assistance. Antiguan healers became masters of magical first aid, developing techniques for treating everything from hurricane injuries to magical creature bites, using only resources available on the islands. Their expertise was so renowned that mainland wizards would sometimes undertake dangerous ocean voyages specifically to study under island masters. Trade networks connecting Antiguan magical villages to other Caribbean settlements and distant mainland communities created some of the most adventurous commercial enterprises in magical history. Island merchants developed specialized ships that could navigate both physical waters and magical currents, allowing them to transport goods across dimensions as well as distances. These vessels could appear in the harbors of multiple islands simultaneously, existing in a state of magical superposition that allowed for incredibly efficient trade operations. The most valuable exports from Antiguan magical villages included crystallized storm essence, which could be used to power weather control enchantments, sea glass formed during magical tempests, prized for its use in divination tools, and dried hurricane herbs, which retained their magical potency for decades when properly preserved. In exchange, island traders acquired rare metals from mountain-dwelling communities, exotic magical creatures from distant lands, and books containing knowledge from the great magical libraries of Europe and Asia. The decline of Antiguan magical villages began gradually, as changing magical climates and increasing contact with the non-magical world made traditional island life increasingly difficult to maintain. The hurricane seasons grew more unpredictable, disrupting the careful magical balances that island communities had maintained for centuries. Rising sea levels, caused by both natural cycles and magical atmospheric changes, threatened the very existence of low-lying settlements. Many villages made the difficult decision to relocate to higher ground or to merge with larger magical communities on other islands. Some settlements simply faded away as their populations dispersed, leaving behind only mysterious ruins that continue to emanate gentle magical energy. A few of the most isolated communities managed to maintain their traditional ways by developing powerful concealment charms that hide their villages from both magical and non-magical detection. Archaeological expeditions to abandoned Antiguan magical village sites have uncovered remarkable artifacts that provide insights into daily life in these unique communities. Enchanted fishing nets that could sort catches by magical potency, coral formations shaped into complex magical symbols, and underground chambers where storm magic was safely stored during the off-season paint. A picture of societies that achieved remarkable harmony between human needs and natural magical forces. The magical traditions developed in Antiguan villages continue to influence Caribbean magical practices today. Modern island wizards still use weatherworking techniques that can be traced directly back to these ancient communities, and the architectural principles developed for hurricane-resistant magical dwellings have been adapted for use throughout the tropical magical world. Contemporary efforts to preserve and study Antiguan magical heritage face significant challenges, as many traditional practices depended on environmental conditions that no longer exist. Climate change has altered the magical properties of Caribbean storms, making it impossible to recreate some of the storm-riding techniques that were central to island magical culture. Rising sea levels continue to threaten archaeological sites, while the increasing frequency of intense hurricanes makes field research dangerous and unpredictable. However, dedicated magical historians and anthropologists continue their work to document and preserve what remains of Antiguan magical traditions. Elderly practitioners who learned traditional techniques in their youth are working with younger scholars to record knowledge that might otherwise be lost forever. These efforts have already yielded valuable insights into sustainable magical practices and the integration of magical communities with natural environments. The legacy of Antiguan magical villages extends beyond their specific techniques and traditions to encompass a philosophy of magical practice that emphasized harmony with natural forces rather than domination over them. These communities demonstrated that magical power could be enhanced rather than diminished by working in partnership with the environment, a lesson that grows increasingly relevant as the magical world faces its own environmental challenges. As we drift toward rest, carried by the gentle rhythm of waves that once caressed these ancient shores, we can almost hear the echoes of island life, children laughing as they played in tide pools filled with gentle magic, elders sharing stories under stars that seemed close enough to touch, and the eternal music of wind and water that provided the soundtrack for centuries of peaceful magical existence. What treasures of wisdom might we uncover if we could walk the beaches where ancient island wizards once gathered storm glass and whispered their secrets to the patient sea. Chapter 4. The different types of magical covenants. Sacred words spoken in shadowed chambers echo through centuries of magical tradition, binding souls to purposes greater than themselves. In this quiet hour, we shall explore the solemn realm of magical covenants, those profound agreements that weave together intention, consequence, and the very fabric of magical law itself. The concept of magical covenants extends far beyond simple contracts or casual promises between wizards. These are sacred bonds that draw upon the deepest wells of magical energy to create connections that transcend ordinary understanding of agreement and obligation. When properly formed, a magical covenant becomes a living thing, existing independently in the space between those who create it, enforcing its terms through mechanisms that operate beyond the reach of conventional magical law. Imagine yourself present at the formation of an ancient covenant, standing in a circle of standing stones, where moonlight filters through mist to illuminate faces grave with the weight of momentous decision. The air itself seems to thicken as words of binding are spoken, each syllable carefully chosen and infused with magical intent. You can feel the covenant taking shape, becoming real and present as invisible threads of force stretch between the participants, linking their magical cores in ways that will persist until the terms are fulfilled or the covenant is formally dissolved. The earliest magical covenants emerged from necessity in primitive magical communities where survival depended upon absolute trust and cooperation. When small groups of wizards faced threats that could only be overcome through unified effort, they developed increasingly sophisticated ways to ensure that individual commitment to group welfare would persist, even when personal interest might suggest otherwise. These early agreements laid the foundation for all subsequent covenant magic, establishing principles and practices that continue to influence magical society today. Personal covenants represent the most intimate category of magical agreement, formed between individuals who seek to bind themselves to specific actions, behaviors, or relationships. These agreements range from the relatively simple "it's a promise to keep a secret," enhanced by magical enforcement, to the profoundly complex bonds that connect magical partners, mentors, and students, or members of certain magical orders. The strength of a personal covenant depends not only on the magical power invested in its creation, but on the genuine intent and emotional commitment of those who form it. Marriage covenants in the magical world possess characteristics that distinguish them significantly from their non-magical counterparts. These bonds create actual magical connections between partners, allowing them to share certain magical abilities, sense each other's emotional states across great distances, and even transfer magical energy in times of need. The formation of a magical marriage covenant requires careful preparation and the presence of specially trained officials who can weave the necessary enchantments without creating unwanted side effects or dangerous magical entanglements. The dissolution of marriage covenants presents unique challenges that have occupied magical legal scholars for centuries. Unlike ordinary divorce proceedings, the severing of magical marriage bonds requires careful attention to the redistribution of shared magical abilities and the gentle separation of intertwined magical cores. Improperly handled divorces can result in permanent magical damage to both parties, leading to the development of highly specialized magical mediators who guide couples through the complex process of covenant dissolution. Mentorship covenants establish the formal magical relationship between teachers and students in advanced magical studies. These agreements create channels through which knowledge, experience, and even magical abilities can be transmitted more effectively than through conventional instruction. A mentor, who has formed a proper covenant with a student, can share not just theoretical knowledge, but the actual sensations and experiences associated with advanced magical techniques, allowing for forms of learning that would otherwise require decades of independent practice. The responsibilities inherent in mentorship covenants extend far beyond simple teaching obligations. Mentors become partially responsible for their students' magical development and ethical choices, creating incentives for careful selection of covenant partners and thorough preparation before formal bonds are established. Students, in turn, accept limitations on their magical freedom, agreeing to follow their mentor's guidance and to use their developing abilities in ways that honor the trust placed in them. Professional covenants bind members of certain magical professions to standards of conduct and competence that are enforced through magical, rather than merely legal mechanisms. Healers, for example, often enter into covenants that prevent them from using their medical knowledge to cause harm, while also enhancing their diagnostic abilities and connecting them to networks of professional colleagues who can provide assistance during medical emergencies. These professional bonds create communities of practice that function as extended magical families, sharing resources and knowledge in ways that benefit both practitioners and those they serve. The magical law profession relies heavily on covenant structures that ensure honesty and competence in legal proceedings. Magical advocates who represent clients in formal legal disputes often form temporary covenants with those they defend, creating connections that allow them to better understand their clients' situations while also preventing them from revealing confidential information. These legal covenants must be carefully constructed to balance the need for effective representation with the broader requirements of magical justice. Protective covenants represent some of the most powerful and enduring forms of magical agreement, designed to safeguard individuals, families, or entire communities from specific threats. These bonds often involve multiple parties who agree to share the burden of maintaining defensive enchantments, or to respond immediately to calls for assistance from other covenant members. The protective networks created by these agreements have proven invaluable during times of magical conflict, allowing relatively small groups of wizards to defend against much larger threats. Family protective covenants typically span multiple generations, creating ongoing obligations that pass from parents to children and grandchildren. These hereditary bonds ensure that family members will always have access to assistance during times of crisis, but they also create complex webs of obligation that can constrain individual freedom and choice. Some magical families have maintained protective covenants for centuries, creating bloodline magic that grows stronger with each generation, but also becomes increasingly difficult to escape for those who wish to pursue different paths. Community protective covenants bind entire magical settlements or neighborhoods to mutual defense agreements that activate automatically during emergencies. When one member of such a covenant faces a serious magical threat, the covenant draws upon the combined magical strength of all participants to create defensive barriers, summon assistance, or even transport the threatened individual to safety. These community bonds require regular renewal ceremonies to maintain their effectiveness, creating social traditions that strengthen both magical protection and community cohesion. Research covenants facilitate the sharing of knowledge and resources among scholars pursuing similar investigations. These agreements can connect researchers across vast distances, allowing them to pool their expertise, share expensive magical equipment, and coordinate their efforts to avoid duplication of work. Some of the most significant magical discoveries have resulted from research covenants that brought together complementary skills and perspectives that no individual scholar could have provided alone. The formation of research covenants requires careful attention to questions of credit, ownership, and responsibility for any discoveries that result from collaborative work. These agreements must address not only the sharing of benefits, but also the allocation of risks associated with dangerous magical research. Some research covenants include provisions for mutual magical insurance, ensuring that if one researcher is injured or disabled during covenant work, the other members will provide both magical healing and financial support. Commercial covenants govern many aspects of magical business relationships, from simple agreements between suppliers and customers to complex partnerships involving multiple magical enterprises. These bonds provide guarantees of quality, delivery, and payment that go far beyond what conventional contracts can offer. A magical merchant who violates a properly formed commercial covenant may find their ability to practice magic significantly impaired until they fulfill their obligations or make appropriate restitution. International commercial covenants have played crucial roles in facilitating trade between magical communities in different countries and cultures. These agreements help overcome barriers of language, currency, and magical law that might otherwise prevent beneficial exchange. Some ancient commercial covenants continue to operate centuries after their original formation, creating stable trade relationships that have survived wars, political upheavals, and dramatic changes in magical technology. Spiritual covenants connect individuals to magical traditions, religious practices, or philosophical schools that require deep personal commitment. These bonds often involve the acceptance of specific beliefs, behavioral codes, or magical practices that become integral parts of the practitioner's identity. Members of certain magical orders take vows that create spiritual covenants, binding them to principles of service, secrecy, or magical discipline for the remainder of their lives. The formation of spiritual covenants typically requires extensive preparation, including periods of study, meditation, and gradual initiation into the relevant magical traditions. These agreements cannot be entered into lightly, as they create fundamental changes in the practitioner's magical nature that may be difficult or impossible to reverse. Some spiritual covenants grant access to special magical abilities or knowledge, but they also impose corresponding responsibilities and limitations that affect all aspects of the practitioner's life. Redemptive covenants offer paths for magical criminals, or those who have violated other magical agreements to restore their standing in magical society. These bonds typically require the offender to perform specific acts of service, make restitution to those they have harmed, or accept limitations on their magical abilities for specified periods. The successful completion of a redemptive covenant can restore not only legal standing, but also magical abilities that may have been impaired as consequences of earlier violations. The enforcement mechanisms built into magical covenants operate through principles that connect directly to the fundamental forces that govern magical reality. When covenant terms are violated, the magical energy invested in the agreement automatically responds to restore balance, often through consequences that are both appropriate to the violation and impossible to avoid through conventional magical defenses. This automatic enforcement makes magical covenants far more reliable than ordinary contracts, but it also makes them correspondingly dangerous for those who might be tempted to break their word. The study of covenant magic has revealed fascinating insights into the relationship between intention, consequence, and magical law. Properly formed covenants seem to possess a form of limited consciousness that allows them to interpret their terms in ways that honor the original intent of their creators, even when circumstances arise that were not explicitly addressed in the original agreement. This adaptive quality makes covenant magic both powerful and somewhat unpredictable, requiring great care in the formation of these bonds. Modern magical societies continue to develop new forms of covenant magic to address contemporary challenges and opportunities. Recent innovations include environmental covenants that bind magical communities to sustainable practices, educational covenants that facilitate distance learning between magical institutions, and emergency response covenants that coordinate magical disaster relief efforts across national boundaries. These new applications demonstrate the continuing relevance and adaptability of ancient magical principles. The ethical implications of covenant magic continue to generate debate among magical philosophers and legal scholars. While these bonds can create powerful incentives for trustworthy behavior and mutual cooperation, they also raise questions about magical coercion and the extent to which individuals should be able to bind their future selves to specific courses of action. Some argue that certain types of covenants represent forms of magical slavery that should be prohibited, while others maintain that the voluntary nature of covenant formation makes such concerns irrelevant. As you contemplate these profound forms of magical commitment, consider how the act of making and keeping promises shapes not only our relationships with others, but our own character and magical development. The covenants we choose to enter reflect our deepest values and priorities, while our faithfulness to these agreements demonstrates the integrity that forms the foundation of all meaningful magical practice. What sacred promises have you made to yourself or others, and how might honoring these commitments transform both your magical abilities and your understanding of what it truly means to live with purpose and integrity? Chapter 5. The Wizarding Perspective on Magic and Change. Time flows like a river that cannot be dammed, carrying with it the inevitable transformations that shape all existence. As the night deepens around us, let us explore how the wizarding world has grappled with the eternal tension between preserving ancient wisdom and embracing the changes that push magical society forward into an uncertain but promising future. The relationship between magic and change has puzzled magical philosophers for millennia, creating ongoing debates that touch the very heart of what it means to be a practitioner of the mystical arts. Unlike the non-magical world, where change often comes through technological innovation or social evolution, magical communities must navigate transformations that can literally reshape reality itself. Each advancement in magical knowledge carries the potential not just to improve daily life, but to fundamentally alter the nature of existence. Consider the profound implications of magical change from the perspective of a wizard living through such transformation. Imagine yourself as a young student learning traditional spellcasting techniques that have remained unchanged for centuries, only to discover that a breakthrough in magical theory has rendered these methods obsolete overnight. The spells you struggled to master become historical curiosities, while new forms of magic emerge that require completely different approaches to training and practice. This scenario has played out repeatedly throughout magical history, creating generational divides that extend far beyond simple disagreements about methodology. When the fundamental nature of magic itself undergoes transformation, the very identity of magical practitioners comes into question. Those who have devoted their lives to mastering specific magical traditions may find themselves faced with the choice between adaptation and obsolescence, a decision that involves not just practical considerations, but profound questions of personal and cultural identity. The conservative perspective on magical change emphasizes the wisdom embedded in traditional practices that have been tested and refined over centuries of use. Proponents of this view argue that magical traditions have survived precisely because they work, and that rapid change risks losing invaluable knowledge that may be impossible to recover once it has been abandoned. They point to historical examples of magical communities that embraced revolutionary changes, only to discover too late that they had discarded essential elements of their magical heritage. Traditional magical education reflects this conservative impulse, requiring students to master fundamental techniques before introducing them to more advanced or experimental approaches. This methodical progression ensures that each generation of wizards maintains connection to the accumulated wisdom of their predecessors, while also developing the solid foundation necessary for safe experimentation with new magical possibilities. The emphasis on tradition serves as both preservation mechanism and safety protocol, protecting students from the dangers that can arise from attempting advanced magic without proper preparation. Ancient magical families often serve as repositories of traditional knowledge, maintaining private libraries, family grimoires, and hereditary magical practices that have been passed down through generations. These families frequently view themselves as guardians of magical culture, responsible for preserving essential knowledge that might otherwise be lost in the rush toward innovation. Their resistance to change stems not from fear or ignorance, but from deep understanding of how easily magical knowledge can be corrupted or lost when transmitted carelessly. The progressive perspective on magical change emphasizes the potential benefits of innovation and the dangers of stagnation. Advocates for this viewpoint argue that magical knowledge has always evolved through experimentation and discovery, and that attempts to freeze magical practice at any particular historical moment ignore the dynamic nature of magic itself. They contend that tradition should inform but not constrain magical development, and that the most important legacy past generations can leave is not specific techniques, but the courage to continue exploring and learning. Progressive magical thinkers often point to historical examples of beneficial changes that were initially resisted by traditional authorities. The development of improved healing magic, safer transportation methods, and more effective protective enchantments all required departures from established practices that some viewed as dangerous or inappropriate. From this perspective, resistance to change represents not wisdom but failure of imagination and courage. Modern magical education increasingly attempts to balance traditional foundations with opportunities for innovation and experimentation. Contemporary magical schools typically require students to demonstrate competency in classical magical techniques, while also encouraging them to explore new applications and modifications of traditional spells. This approach recognizes that both preservation and innovation are necessary for healthy magical development, and that the apparent tension between them can be resolved through careful integration rather than forced choice. The institutional mechanisms that govern magical change vary significantly between different magical communities and cultures. Some societies have developed formal processes for evaluating and approving magical innovations, requiring extensive testing and peer review before new techniques can be officially adopted. These systems provide safeguards against dangerous or ineffective magical practices, but they can also slow the adoption of beneficial innovations and create barriers to creative exploration. Other magical communities embrace more flexible approaches that allow individual practitioners greater freedom to experiment and adapt, relying on natural selection processes to determine which innovations prove valuable enough to persist and spread. These less regulated environments can foster rapid innovation and creative breakthroughs, but they also create greater risks of magical accidents and the proliferation of ineffective or harmful practices. The pace of magical change has accelerated dramatically over the past several centuries, driven by increased communication between previously isolated magical communities, the development of more sophisticated magical research methods, and the growing complexity of challenges facing magical society. This acceleration has created both opportunities and pressures that earlier generations of magical practitioners never had to navigate. Rapid magical change can create psychological and social stresses that affect both individual wizards and entire magical communities. When the magical knowledge and techniques that formed the foundation of one's education become outdated within a single lifetime, practitioners may experience feelings of displacement and uncertainty about their place in the magical world. These challenges require new approaches to magical education and career development that help practitioners maintain relevance and confidence throughout their working lives. The globalization of magical knowledge has fundamentally altered how magical change occurs and spreads throughout wizard society. Traditional patterns of gradual local adaptation have been replaced by rapid worldwide transmission of new ideas and techniques. A magical breakthrough developed in one part of the world can now influence magical practice everywhere within months or even weeks, creating both unprecedented opportunities for advancement and new risks of cultural homogenization. International magical cooperation has become increasingly important for managing the challenges and opportunities created by rapid change. Collaborative research projects, standardized magical education programs, and coordinated responses to magical emergencies all require levels of cooperation that would have been impossible when magical communities remained largely isolated from one another. These cooperative efforts have produced remarkable advances in magical knowledge and capability, but they have also created new dependencies and vulnerabilities. The environmental implications of magical change have become increasingly apparent as magical practitioners have gained greater understanding of how their activities affect the natural world. Some traditional magical practices that were sustainable when practiced by small, isolated communities have proven problematic when adopted on a global scale. This recognition has sparked the development of magical environmental ethics and the search for more sustainable approaches to magical practice. Magical innovation increasingly requires consideration of not just immediate effectiveness, but long-term consequences for magical ecosystems and the broader environment. The development of environmentally responsible magical practices has become a major focus of contemporary magical research, requiring integration of traditional ecological wisdom with modern understanding of magical and environmental systems. The role of magical education in preparing practitioners for ongoing change has evolved significantly from historical models that emphasized mastery of fixed curricula. Contemporary magical education increasingly focuses on developing adaptability, critical thinking skills, and the ability to continue learning throughout one's career. Students are taught not just specific magical techniques, but meta-skills that enable them to master new approaches as they are developed. Lifelong learning has become a practical necessity for magical practitioners who wish to remain effective throughout their careers. Many magical institutions now offer continuing education programs, sabbatical opportunities, and professional development resources that help experienced practitioners update their skills and knowledge. These programs recognize that initial magical education, no matter how thorough, cannot prepare practitioners for challenges and opportunities that have not yet been imagined. The democratization of magical knowledge through improved communication and educational access has created new dynamics in how magical change occurs and spreads. Traditional hierarchies that controlled access to advanced magical knowledge have been challenged by networks and institutions that make information more widely available. This democratization has accelerated innovation and created opportunities for practitioners from diverse backgrounds to contribute to magical advancement. However, the widespread availability of magical knowledge has also created new challenges related to quality control and safety. When powerful magical techniques can be learned from books or transmitted through informal networks, traditional systems for ensuring competency and preventing misuse become less effective. Modern magical societies are still developing appropriate responses to these challenges. The integration of magical and non-magical knowledge systems has become an increasingly important aspect of contemporary magical development. As the non-magical world has advanced in areas such as psychology, ecology, and systems theory, magical practitioners have found valuable insights that can inform and improve magical practice. This cross-pollination has led to hybrid approaches that combine the best elements of both magical and non-magical understanding. The influence flows in both directions, as magical practitioners increasingly contribute to non-magical fields through careful application of magical insights to mundane problems. This integration requires sophisticated understanding of both systems and careful attention to maintaining the secrecy that protects magical society, while still allowing beneficial exchange of knowledge. Personal adaptation to magical change requires development of psychological and spiritual resources that can help practitioners navigate uncertainty and maintain their sense of purpose and identity, even as the external world of magical practice continues to evolve. Many magical practitioners have found that meditation, philosophical study, and spiritual practice provide stability and perspective that help them embrace change as opportunity rather than threat. The wisdom traditions within magical society offer valuable resources for understanding and accepting change as a natural and necessary aspect of existence. Ancient magical philosophies often emphasize the temporary nature of all phenomena and the importance of maintaining flexibility and openness to new possibilities. These teachings provide frameworks for understanding change that can help practitioners maintain equilibrium during periods of rapid transformation. As you contemplate the eternal dance between tradition and innovation that shapes all magical practice, consider how your own relationship with change reflects your deepest values and commitments. The choices we make about which traditions to preserve and which innovations to embrace reveal not only our practical priorities, but our vision of what magical society should become and what legacy we wish to leave for future generations. How might embracing change as a partner, rather than an adversary, transform not only our magical abilities, but our capacity to find wisdom and wonder in the continuous unfolding of existence itself? Chapter 6. The Magic of Ancient Vatican City. Beneath ancient stones that have witnessed centuries of prayer and pilgrimage, older mysteries slumber in shadows where sacred and arcane knowledge intertwine like golden threads in a tapestry of divine wonder. Tonight, we venture into the hidden magical history of Vatican City, where the boundaries between faith and magic have blurred since the earliest days of Christian Rome. Long before the Vatican became the spiritual center of the Catholic world, the hills of ancient Rome harbored magical communities that recognized the unique confluence of spiritual and mystical energies that gathered in this sacred space. The very ground beneath St. Peter's Basilica pulses with accumulated centuries of prayer, devotion, and miraculous events that have created one of the most magically charged locations in the entire wizarding world. Picture yourself walking through the Vatican gardens at twilight, when the tourist crowds have departed and a profound stillness settles over the ancient pathways. Here, among carefully tended olive groves and precisely manicured hedges, you might sense the presence of something beyond ordinary garden magic. The air itself seems to shimmer with an energy that feels both familiar and utterly unique. Magic that has been sanctified through centuries of sacred purpose and elevated through the countless prayers of the faithful. The magical history of Vatican City begins with the Roman Empire's complex relationship with mystical practices. While official Roman religion emphasized state ceremonies and civic duty, underground magical traditions flourished in the shadows of imperial power. Early Christian communities in Rome often included individuals who possessed magical abilities, creating tension between their mystical gifts and their developing religious beliefs about the proper relationship between divine power and human agency. As Christianity evolved from persecuted sect to imperial religion, the question of how to integrate magical practitioners into the growing church hierarchy became increasingly pressing. Some early church fathers viewed magic as inherently demonic, requiring complete renunciation from converts. Others recognized that certain magical abilities might be divine gifts that could serve sacred purposes when properly channeled and consecrated. The resolution of this theological challenge led to the development of what scholars now call sanctified magic, mystical practices that had been explicitly blessed and incorporated into Christian religious framework. These techniques differed from ordinary magic not in their fundamental mechanisms, but in their spiritual context and intended purposes. Sanctified magic could only be practiced by individuals who had undergone specific religious training and ordination, ensuring that magical power remained subordinate to divine authority. The Vatican's secret archives contain extensive documentation of early experiments in sanctified magic, including detailed accounts of miraculous healings that clearly involved magical intervention, instances of protective enchantments placed on important religious sites, and communication spells that allowed church leaders to coordinate activities across the expanding Christian world. These documents reveal a sophisticated understanding of how magical and divine forces could work together rather than in opposition. Medieval Vatican magical practitioners developed techniques that had no equivalent in secular magical traditions. Prayer-enhanced spellcasting allowed them to channel divine energy through traditional magical forms, creating effects that far exceeded what either prayer or magic could accomplish independently. These hybrid techniques required practitioners to maintain perfect spiritual discipline, as any moral failing could disrupt the delicate balance between human will, magical force, and divine grace. The architecture of Vatican City reflects centuries of accumulated magical practice integrated with sacred design principles. Peter's Basilica sits at the center of a vast geometric pattern that extends throughout the city, creating magical focal points at key religious sites, while channeling protective energy through underground networks that connect every building and garden. This architectural magic operates continuously, powered by the prayers and devotions of millions of pilgrims who visit the Vatican each year. The famous dome of St. Peter's Basilica serves not only as an architectural marvel, but as a massive magical amplifier that gathers spiritual energy from across the Christian world and focuses it into the sacred spaces below. The geometric proportions of the dome, based on mathematical principles that were considered divinely inspired, create resonance patterns that strengthen both prayer and properly sanctified magical workings performed within the basilica's walls. Underground chambers beneath the Vatican house some of the most remarkable magical religious artifacts in existence. The true cross relics stored in these vaults radiate power that can heal both physical ailments and magical injuries, while ancient chalices used in the earliest Christian liturgies retain the ability to purify water and wine in ways that enhance their spiritual and magical properties. Access to these artifacts requires the highest levels of both religious and magical clearance, as their power could be dangerous in unprepared hands. The Vatican Library's collection includes thousands of texts that document the intersection of magical and religious practice throughout Christian history. These volumes, written in dozens of languages and dialects, preserve knowledge of sanctified magical techniques that have been passed down through generations of church-approved practitioners. Some of these texts describe healing methods that combine prayer with herbal magic, while others detail protective rituals that can shield entire communities from both natural disasters and magical attacks. Papal magical advisors have served Vatican leadership in various official and unofficial capacities since the earliest days of the Church's temporal power. These individuals, typically drawn from religious orders that specialized in the study of sanctified magic, provided counsel on matters ranging from the authenticity of reported miracles to the magical implications of political and diplomatic decisions. Their advice has influenced church policy in ways that remain largely unknown to the broader Christian community. The Swiss Guards' legendary dedication to protecting the Pope extends beyond their visible ceremonial and security duties to include magical protective services that few outside the Vatican even suspect exist. These elite guards undergo training in defensive magic specifically adapted for religious environments, learning techniques that can detect supernatural threats while operating within the constraints of sacred space. Their colorful uniforms incorporate protective enchantments woven into the fabric itself, providing defense against both physical and magical attacks. Vatican magical practitioners developed unique approaches to divination that sought to discern divine will, rather than simply predict future events. These sacred forms of fortune-telling required practitioners to enter deep meditative states while contemplating religious texts and symbols, allowing them to receive insights that were understood as divinely inspired rather than magically generated. The distinction was crucial for maintaining theological consistency, while still providing practical guidance to church leadership. The preservation of sacred relics requires magical techniques that differ significantly from ordinary conservation methods. Vatican relic keepers must understand how to maintain the spiritual energy that makes these objects powerful, while protecting them from physical deterioration and magical contamination. This specialized field combines traditional preservation science with sanctified magic, creating conservation methods that preserve not just the physical artifacts, but their supernatural properties. Miracle investigation represents one of the Vatican's most sophisticated applications of magical knowledge to religious purposes. Official church investigators use enhanced perception techniques to examine reported miracles, determining whether supernatural events result from divine intervention, magical manipulation, or natural phenomena that have been misunderstood. These investigations require investigators who are trained in both theological analysis and magical theory, ensuring that church conclusions about miraculous events are based on complete understanding of all possible explanations. The Vatican's relationship with the broader magical community has evolved significantly over the centuries, moving from mutual suspicion and occasional conflict toward cautious cooperation on matters of shared concern. Modern Vatican magical practitioners often collaborate with secular wizards on research projects related to magical history, artifact preservation, and the study of supernatural phenomena that affect both religious and magical communities. Interfaith magical dialogue has become an increasingly important aspect of Vatican magical policy, as church leaders recognize that other religious traditions have developed their own approaches to integrating spiritual and mystical practices. These conversations have led to greater understanding of how different faith traditions approach the relationship between divine and magical power, creating opportunities for cooperation while respecting theological differences. The Vatican Observatory's official mission focuses on astronomical research, but its work also encompasses the study of celestial influences on both magical and spiritual phenomena. Observatory researchers investigate how astronomical events affect prayer, efficacy, miracle frequency, and the operation of sanctified magical devices. Their findings contribute to both scientific understanding and church policy regarding the timing of important religious ceremonies and rituals. Exorcism represents perhaps the most publicly known intersection of Vatican religious and magical practice, though the true nature of this work remains largely misunderstood by both religious and magical communities. Official church exorcists undergo extensive training in both theological and magical theory, learning to distinguish between genuine supernatural possession, magical manipulation, and psychological conditions that might mimic demonic influence. Their methods combine traditional religious rituals with carefully adapted magical techniques that can safely address supernatural problems without compromising church doctrine. The Vatican's art collection includes numerous works that incorporate both religious symbolism and magical elements, creating pieces that serve as focal points for meditation and prayer, while also functioning as magical tools. These sacred artworks require special conservation techniques that preserve both their aesthetic value and their supernatural properties, leading to the development of restoration methods that combine traditional art conservation with magical artifact maintenance. Modern challenges facing Vatican magical practitioners include adapting ancient techniques to contemporary conditions while maintaining their essential spiritual character. The presence of electronic devices, changes in global magical climate, and increased scrutiny from both religious and secular authorities require constant adaptation of traditional practices to ensure their continued effectiveness and appropriateness. The Vatican's role in maintaining magical religious knowledge for future generations extends beyond simple preservation to include active research and development of new approaches to sanctified magic. Vatican researchers work to understand how traditional techniques might be adapted to address contemporary challenges while remaining true to their spiritual foundations. This work requires delicate balance between innovation and tradition, ensuring that development enhances rather than compromises the essential character of sanctified magical practice. Training programs for Vatican magical practitioners combine intensive religious education with careful instruction in sanctified magical techniques. Candidates must demonstrate not only magical ability and theological knowledge, but also the spiritual maturity necessary to handle power that operates at the intersection of human, magical, and divine realms. The selection and training process typically requires many years of preparation, ensuring that those who practice sanctified magic are prepared for both its opportunities and its responsibilities. Contemporary Vatican magical policy emphasizes service to both religious and broader human communities, seeking ways that sanctified magic can contribute to healing, peace, and understanding in a world that faces numerous challenges requiring both spiritual and practical responses. This service orientation reflects the Church's commitment to using all available resources, including magical ones, to fulfill its mission of caring for human needs and promoting divine purposes. As we contemplate these mysterious intersections of faith and magic, we might reflect on how the search for divine truth and the pursuit of magical knowledge can complement rather than contradict each other. The Vatican's long experience with sanctified magic suggests that spiritual and mystical approaches to understanding reality can work together when both are approached with proper reverence, wisdom, and commitment to serving purposes greater than personal advancement. What sacred purposes might your own abilities and knowledge serve, and how might dedicating your gifts to something greater than yourself transform both your practice and your understanding of the divine mysteries that surround us all? Chapter 7. The Historical Evolution of Magical Adaptation. Through the endless cycles of seasons and centuries, magical practices have flowed and transformed, like rivers finding new channels through ever-changing landscapes. In the gentle quiet of this evening, we shall trace the remarkable journey of magical adaptation, witnessing how wizard communities have continuously reshaped their traditions to meet the challenges of an evolving world. The concept of magical adaptation encompasses far more than simple changes in spellcasting techniques or the invention of new magical devices. It represents the fundamental process by which magical communities respond to environmental pressures, social upheavals, technological advances, and shifts in the very nature of magical energy itself. Understanding this process requires us to examine not just what changed, but how and why magical societies developed the flexibility necessary to survive and thrive across millennia of transformation. Imagine yourself as a witness to one of the great adaptive moments in magical history, standing in a council chamber where worried wizards debate how to respond to a crisis that threatens the very foundations of their magical way of life. Perhaps it is the discovery that traditional wand woods are becoming scarce due to changing climate conditions, or the realization that ancient protective spells are failing as the magical atmosphere around their community gradually shifts. The tension in the room is palpable as practitioners who have devoted their lives to mastering established techniques confront the necessity of fundamental change. The earliest documented examples of magical adaptation occurred during the transition from purely instinctive magic to the systematic approaches that characterize modern magical practice. Primitive magical communities relied heavily on inherited abilities and intuitive understanding of magical forces, but as magical knowledge became more complex and specialized, practitioners were forced to develop formal training methods, standardized techniques, and institutional structures that could preserve and transmit increasingly sophisticated magical traditions. This transition from intuitive to systematic magic created the first great adaptive challenge in magical history. Communities that successfully developed educational institutions and formal magical traditions thrived and expanded, while those that remained dependent on individual inspiration and inherited talent often declined as their magical knowledge was lost with each generation. The survivors were those who learned to balance respect for traditional wisdom with openness to new methods of magical education and practice. Environmental adaptation has driven some of the most dramatic changes in magical practice throughout history. As magical communities spread across different geographical regions, they encountered environmental conditions that required modifications to traditional techniques. Spells that worked perfectly in temperate forests might fail completely in desert environments, while protective enchantments designed for mountain communities proved inadequate for coastal settlements exposed to sea-based magical influences. The development of regional magical variations created rich diversity in magical practice, while also establishing patterns of adaptation that continue to influence magical development today. Desert wizards learned to draw magical energy from sand and stone, rather than from the wood and water sources that sustained forest communities. Arctic magical practitioners developed techniques for storing magical energy during brief summer seasons to sustain them through long winters when traditional magical sources became dormant or inaccessible. Climate change has posed adaptive challenges for magical communities throughout history, though the scale and pace of contemporary climate shifts exceed anything previously documented. Ancient magical communities faced gradual changes in temperature and precipitation patterns that occurred over centuries, allowing for slow adaptation of magical practices to new environmental conditions. Modern climate change creates much more rapid shifts that require corresponding acceleration in magical adaptive responses. Historical records document numerous examples of magical communities that failed to adapt quickly enough to changing environmental conditions. The lost civilization of the Northern Archipelago apparently possessed sophisticated ice-based magic that became useless as warming temperatures eliminated the permanent ice formations that powered their spells. Archaeological evidence suggests that rather than adapting their magical practices to new conditions, these communities simply abandoned their settlements and disappeared from historical record. Successful environmental adaptation often required magical communities to develop entirely new categories of magical practice. The emergence of storm magic in coastal regions represented a creative response to the powerful weather systems that made traditional outdoor magical practice dangerous during certain seasons. Rather than simply seeking shelter from storms, these communities learned to harness storm energy for magical purposes, eventually developing some of the most powerful weather control techniques in magical history. Social adaptation has proven equally important in the long-term survival of magical communities. Changes in social organization, political structures, and cultural values often require corresponding modifications in magical practice. The transition from tribal magical societies to settled agricultural communities necessitated new approaches to magical education, resource sharing, and conflict resolution that could function in larger, more complex social groups. The development of magical guilds and professional organizations represented a major adaptive response to the increasing specialization of magical practice. As magical knowledge became more complex and diverse, individual practitioners could no longer master all aspects of magical arts. Guild systems allowed for specialization while maintaining networks of cooperation that ensured communities could access the full range of magical services they needed. The integration of magical and non-magical populations has created ongoing adaptive pressures that continue to shape magical society today. Magical communities that successfully developed methods for coexisting with non-magical neighbors often prospered through trade and cultural exchange, while those that remained completely isolated frequently stagnated or declined. The challenge has always been maintaining magical traditions while adapting to the social and economic realities of the broader world. Technological adaptation has become increasingly important as non-magical societies have developed capabilities that compete with or complement traditional magical techniques. The invention of mechanical transportation, for example, reduced demand for magical travel services while creating new opportunities for magical enhancement of conventional vehicles. Magical communities that adapted by integrating magical and technological approaches often found themselves more capable than those that relied exclusively on either magical or technological solutions. The development of communication technologies has fundamentally altered how magical knowledge is shared and preserved. Traditional apprenticeship systems that depended on direct personal instruction have been supplemented by written materials, magical communication networks, and even experimental forms of knowledge transfer that can transmit complex magical understanding directly from mind to mind. These new methods have accelerated the pace of magical learning, while also creating new challenges related to quality control and the preservation of traditional wisdom. Medical adaptation represents one of the most successful examples of magical communities responding effectively to changing circumstances. As understanding of disease and injury has advanced, magical healers have continuously adapted their techniques to incorporate new knowledge while maintaining the essential magical elements that make their treatments effective. Modern magical medicine successfully combines traditional healing magic with contemporary medical knowledge, creating therapeutic approaches that are more effective than either system alone. Military adaptation has driven many innovations in magical practice, as magical communities have been forced to develop new defensive and offensive capabilities in response to changing threats. The development of magical artillery during medieval conflicts represented a major adaptive breakthrough that influenced magical practice far beyond military applications. Techniques originally developed for magical warfare were later adapted for construction, mining, and even artistic purposes. Educational adaptation continues to challenge magical communities as they struggle to prepare new generations of practitioners for rapidly changing conditions. Traditional magical education emphasized mastery of established techniques and deep understanding of fundamental principles, but contemporary magical education must also develop adaptability, critical thinking skills, and the ability to integrate magical and non-magical knowledge systems. The development of accelerated learning techniques represents a major adaptive response to the need for more efficient magical education. These methods allow students to acquire basic magical competencies more quickly, freeing time for specialized training and ongoing professional development. However, some magical educators worry that accelerated learning may sacrifice depth for speed, potentially creating practitioners who lack the deep understanding necessary for safe and effective magical practice. Cultural adaptation has become increasingly complex, as global communication has brought diverse magical traditions into contact with each other. Magical communities must now navigate the challenges of maintaining their distinct cultural identities while participating in increasingly interconnected global magical society. This requires delicate balance between preserving valuable cultural traditions and adapting to cosmopolitan magical culture. The phenomenon of magical hybridization has created entirely new traditions that combine elements from multiple cultural backgrounds. These hybrid approaches often prove more adaptable than purely traditional methods because they incorporate adaptive strategies from multiple sources. However, hybridization also creates concerns about the loss of cultural authenticity and the potential dilution of traditional magical wisdom. Generational adaptation has become particularly challenging as the pace of change has accelerated beyond what traditional educational and mentorship systems can easily accommodate. Young magical practitioners often find themselves more comfortable with new magical technologies and approaches than their elders, while older practitioners possess traditional knowledge and wisdom that younger wizards lack. Successful magical communities have learned to leverage these generational differences as complementary strengths rather than sources of conflict. The development of mentorship programs that pair experienced practitioners with younger wizards has proven effective in facilitating knowledge transfer while ensuring that traditional wisdom remains relevant to contemporary practice. These programs typically involve mutual learning, with older mentors sharing traditional knowledge while learning new techniques and perspectives from their younger partners. Economic adaptation has required magical communities to develop new approaches to generating income and allocating resources as traditional economic activities have become less viable. Many magical communities have successfully transitioned from subsistence-based economies to participation in broader economic systems while maintaining their essential magical character. This often requires creative integration of magical capabilities with market demands. the commercialization of certain magical services has created both opportunities and challenges for magical communities. While commercial success can provide resources for preserving and developing magical traditions, it can also create pressures to modify magical practices in ways that serve market demands rather than traditional magical values. Successful adaptation requires careful balance between commercial viability and magical authenticity. Research adaptation has transformed how magical knowledge is developed and validated. Traditional magical research relied heavily on individual experimentation and informal knowledge sharing, but contemporary magical research increasingly employs systematic methodologies borrowed from non-magical scientific traditions. These approaches have accelerated the development of new magical techniques while also improving safety and reliability. The establishment of formal magical research institutions has created new career paths for magical practitioners, while also ensuring that magical knowledge development occurs within structured, accountable frameworks. These institutions must balance the creative freedom necessary for magical innovation with the oversight required to prevent dangerous or unethical research practices. Legal adaptation has become necessary as magical communities have been forced to operate within increasingly complex legal frameworks that govern both magical and non-magical activities. The development of magical legal systems that can interface with non-magical courts and regulatory agencies requires sophisticated understanding of both magical and conventional legal principles. Contemporary magical communities continue to face adaptive challenges that require innovative responses to unprecedented circumstances. Climate change, technological advancement, cultural globalization, and evolving social values all create pressures that demand creative adaptation while maintaining essential magical traditions and values. As you contemplate this endless dance of tradition and transformation that has shaped magical practice throughout history, consider how your own growth and development reflects similar adaptive processes. Like the magical communities that have thrived through centuries of change, we too must learn to honor our foundations while remaining open to new possibilities and ways of understanding. How might embracing adaptation as a natural and necessary aspect of growth transform both your magical practice and your ability to navigate the constant changes that characterize all living systems? Chapter 8. The Properties of Magical Marsh Plants. Where water meets earth in gentle embrace, ancient flora whispers secrets that have shaped magical herbology for countless generations. As mist rises from hidden marshlands in this tranquil hour, let us explore the remarkable world of magical marsh plants, those extraordinary specimens that thrive in the liminal spaces between elements and possess properties found nowhere else in the botanical realm. The unique environment of magical marshlands creates conditions that foster plant life of exceptional magical potency and complexity. Unlike their terrestrial or aquatic cousins, marsh plants must adapt to constantly fluctuating conditions where water levels rise and fall with tides and seasons, where soil alternates between saturation and exposure, and where magical energy flows in patterns as variable as the waters that shape their habitat. These challenges have driven the evolution of botanical adaptations that make marsh plants among the most magically versatile specimens known to wizarding herbologists. Picture yourself wading through shallow marsh waters at dawn, when the air shimmers with mist that carries the concentrated essence of countless magical plants awakening to the morning light. Your feet sink slightly into the rich, dark soil that holds centuries of accumulated organic matter, each step releasing bubbles of marsh gas that sparkle with tiny flecks of magical energy. Around you, plants of extraordinary diversity reach toward the pale sun, their leaves and stems adapted to function efficiently in both water and air, their root systems spreading through the saturated earth like living networks of magical conduction. Bog moss represents perhaps the most fundamental example of marsh plant adaptation to magical environments. This humble-appearing plant develops the ability to absorb and store magical energy with the same efficiency that ordinary moss absorbs moisture. During periods of high magical activity, bog moss can accumulate enough mystical force to glow with soft phosphorescence, creating natural lighting systems that illuminate marsh pathways during the darkest nights. Dried bog moss retains its energy storage capabilities for years when properly prepared, making it invaluable for creating magical batteries and energy regulation devices. The processing of bog moss for magical applications requires careful attention to timing and technique. Moss harvested during the full moon contains significantly higher concentrations of stored magical energy, while specimens gathered during magical storms may be so saturated with power that they require gradual discharge before they can be safely handled. Experienced moss gatherers learn to read the subtle signs that indicate optimal harvesting conditions, watching for the characteristic silver shimmer that indicates peak magical saturation. Water lilies that grow in magical marshes develop properties that distinguish them dramatically from their mundane relatives. These remarkable flowers can change color in response to the magical currents flowing through the water around them, creating natural barometers that alert sensitive observers to changes in local magical climate. The petals of magical water lilies contain compounds that can enhance meditation and magical perception when properly prepared, while their roots develop the ability to filter magical contamination from polluted water sources. The cultivation of magical water lilies requires understanding of their complex relationship with the magical ecosystem that sustains them. These plants thrive only in waters that maintain specific levels of magical saturation, and they can die within days if transplanted to environments that lack sufficient mystical energy. However, established lily colonies can actually enhance the magical properties of their habitat, creating positive feedback loops that benefit the entire marsh ecosystem. Cattails in magical marshes grow to extraordinary heights and develop seed heads that release more than simple reproductive material. The fluffy seeds of magical cattails carry tiny sparks of stored magical energy that can drift for miles on favorable winds, spreading both genetic material and mystical force across vast distances. These magical seeds can spontaneously ignite when they encounter certain types of magical fields, creating spectacular displays of floating lights that dance across marsh landscapes during seed release seasons. The practical applications of magical cattail products extend far beyond their ornamental value. The tall stalks contain fibers that can be woven into textiles with natural protective properties, while the starchy roots provide nutritious food that can sustain magical practitioners during extended wilderness expeditions. The leaves, when properly prepared, yield a dye that changes color in response to magical proximity, making it valuable for creating garments that serve as early warning systems for magical practitioners working in dangerous environments. Marsh marigolds develop the remarkable ability to sense and respond to emotional states of nearby magical creatures and practitioners. These sensitive flowers close their petals in the presence of negative emotions, while opening more fully when surrounded by positive feelings. This emotional responsiveness makes marsh marigolds valuable not only for their medicinal properties, but also as natural mood indicators that can help magical healers assess the psychological state of their patients. The preparation of marsh marigold remedies requires practitioners who can maintain consistently positive emotional states throughout the processing period. Flowers prepared by angry or depressed herbalists lose much of their potency, while those processed by practitioners in states of joy or contentment develop enhanced healing properties. This connection between emotional state and botanical potency has led to the development of specialized training programs for marsh plant specialists. Sedges that grow in magical marshes develop root systems of extraordinary complexity and magical sensitivity. These fibrous networks can extend for hundreds of feet underground, creating living communication systems that allow different areas of the marsh to share magical energy and information. Experienced marsh walkers learn to read the subtle movements of sedge leaves, which can indicate the presence of hidden magical currents, approaching weather changes, or the proximity of magical creatures. The magical properties of sedge roots make them valuable for creating protective barriers and communication networks. When properly prepared and installed, sedge root systems can create magical alarm networks that alert practitioners to intrusions over large areas. The roots can also be processed to create magical fibers that retain their sensitivity to energy fluctuations, making them useful for weaving garments that enhance the wearer's magical perception. Pickerel weed, a common marsh plant, develops the ability to purify water of both mundane contaminants and magical pollution. The plant's filtering capabilities are so effective that water processed through established pickerel weed colonies often becomes suitable for use in the most demanding magical applications. This purification ability makes pickerel weed marshes valuable resources for magical communities, though over-harvesting can disrupt the delicate ecological balances that maintain the plant's magical properties. The cultivation of pickerel weed for water purification requires understanding of the complex relationships between the plants and the microbial communities that inhabit marsh ecosystems. The purification process depends not only on the plants themselves, but on symbiotic relationships with bacteria and fungi that break down contaminants and process magical residues. Maintaining these relationships requires careful management of water chemistry, nutrient levels, and magical energy flows. Wild rice varieties that grow in magical marshes develop grains with extraordinary nutritional and magical properties. These enhanced grains can sustain magical practitioners through periods of intense spellcasting, while also providing the mental clarity necessary for complex magical work. The harvesting of magical wild rice follows traditional patterns that ensure sustainable yields while maintaining the plant populations necessary for ecosystem health. The preparation of magical wild rice requires techniques that preserve both its nutritional value and its magical properties. Improperly processed rice loses much of its magical potency, while correctly prepared grains can retain their enhancing effects for years when stored under appropriate conditions. Traditional rice processing ceremonies often incorporate magical rituals that infuse the grains with additional protective and strengthening properties. Aro arum develops leaves that can serve as natural magical focuses, concentrating and directing magical energy with remarkable efficiency. The large, arrow-shaped leaves develop internal structures that channel magical force in patterns similar to those found in manufactured wands, making them valuable tools for practitioners who specialize in plant-based magic. Fresh aro arum leaves must be used within hours of harvesting, as their focusing properties deteriorate rapidly once the plants are separated from their root systems. The use of aro arum leaves in magical practice requires considerable skill and experience, as the plant's natural magical channels may not align with the practitioner's intended spell effects. Skilled botanomancers learn to read the energy patterns within individual leaves, selecting specimens whose internal structures complement their magical goals. This practice has led to the development of specialized divination techniques that use leaf patterns to predict magical outcomes. Buttonbush develops spherical flower clusters that serve as natural magical amplifiers, increasing the range and effectiveness of spells cast in their vicinity. The perfectly round flower heads create resonance chambers that can enhance vocal spellcasting, while also providing natural storage for magical energy. Marshes with abundant buttonbush populations often become gathering places for magical communities seeking to perform complex group rituals that require enhanced magical coordination. The magical properties of buttonbush flowers vary significantly based on the plant's age, growing conditions, and the magical environment of its habitat. Young plants produce flowers with modest amplification effects, while ancient buttonbush specimens that have grown in magically rich environments for decades can create amplification effects powerful enough to transform minor spells into major magical workings. This variability makes buttonbush evaluation a specialized skill requiring years of experience to master. Marsh hibiscus develops enormous flowers that can serve as natural magical laboratories, their large petals providing surfaces for magical experimentation, while their complex internal structures offer insights into botanical magical processes. The flowers change color throughout their blooming cycle, each color phase corresponding to different magical properties and applications. Skilled herbologists can time their harvesting to coincide with specific color phases that provide the exact magical properties required for particular applications. The study of marsh hibiscus flowers has contributed significantly to understanding of how magical energy flows through plant tissues and how botanical structures can be optimized for magical applications. Research conducted using hibiscus flowers as natural laboratories has led to improvements in magical plant breeding, more effective preparation techniques for botanical magical materials, and better understanding of the relationships between plant health and magical potency. Swamp milkweed develops seed pods that release magical essence along with their silky seeds, creating clouds of magical particles that can enhance the effectiveness of healing spells performed in marsh environments. The timing of seed release follows lunar cycles, with the most potent magical essence appearing during new moon periods, when the plant's energy is concentrated in their reproductive efforts. Healers often establish temporary treatment centers near swamp milkweed colonies during peak release seasons. The collection and preparation of swamp milkweed essence requires specialized equipment and techniques to capture the magical particles without destroying their potency. Traditional collection methods use silk nets enchanted to separate magical essence from ordinary seed material, while modern techniques employ crystal collection chambers that can store the essence for extended periods without degradation. The resulting magical essence can enhance healing potions and provide raw material for protective charms. Arrowhead plants develop tubers that serve as natural magical storage devices, accumulating energy throughout the growing season and releasing it gradually during winter months. These underground storage organs can sustain marsh ecosystems through periods when surface magical activity is reduced, making them crucial components of marsh magical ecology. The tubers can be harvested and processed to create magical storage devices for use outside marsh environments. The preparation of arrowhead tubers for magical storage applications requires careful timing and specialized processing techniques. Tubers harvested too early lack sufficient stored energy, while those gathered too late may have begun releasing their accumulated power back into the marsh ecosystem. The optimal harvesting window typically lasts only a few days, requiring collectors to monitor plant development carefully throughout the growing season. Modern research into magical marsh plants continues to reveal new applications and properties that were unknown to earlier generations of herbologists. Advanced analytical techniques have identified magical compounds that were previously undetectable, while improved growing methods have made it possible to cultivate marsh plants in artificial environments that provide consistent access to their beneficial properties year-round. Conservation efforts for magical marsh plants face unique challenges, as these species require not only appropriate physical environments, but also the complex magical ecosystems that support their extraordinary properties. Climate change and magical environmental degradation threaten many traditional marsh habitats, making ex situ conservation and artificial cultivation increasingly important for preserving these valuable botanical resources for future generations. As you contemplate these remarkable plants that bridge the worlds of earth and water, consider how their adaptability and resilience offer lessons that extend far beyond botanical applications. Like the marsh plants that thrive in constantly changing conditions, we too can learn to find stability and strength and flexibility, drawing nourishment from whatever circumstances surround us, while contributing our own unique gifts to the ecosystems we inhabit. What hidden strengths might you discover by learning to flourish in the liminal spaces between certainty and change, finding magic in the very boundaries that others might see as obstacles to growth? Chapter 9. The Traditional Wizarding Change Rituals. In the sacred moments when old ways yield to new beginnings, ancient ceremonies bridge the space between what was and what shall be. As shadows lengthen and the day surrenders to night's embrace, we turn our attention to the profound traditions of wizarding change rituals, those time-honored practices that help magical practitioners navigate the transformative passages that mark every meaningful life. The concept of ritualized change pervades magical culture in ways that have no equivalent in the non-magical world. While ordinary people may acknowledge significant life transitions through parties, ceremonies, or personal reflection, Magical communities have developed elaborate ritual frameworks that actively facilitate transformation by harnessing the mystical energies that surround periods of change. These ceremonies serve not merely as celebrations or acknowledgments, but as actual magical workings that help ensure successful transitions from one life stage to another. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a sacred grove, where generations of wizards have gathered to witness the transformation rituals that mark the turning points of magical life. Ancient stones, worn smooth by centuries of ceremonial use, form a circle that concentrates magical energy while creating a protected space where profound changes can occur safely. The air itself seems charged with anticipation and possibility, as if the very molecules understand they are about to witness something extraordinary and sacred. Seasonal change rituals form the foundation of magical ceremonial practice, reflecting the deep connection between magical practitioners and the natural cycles that govern magical energy. These ceremonies acknowledge not only the passage of time, but the shifts in magical climate that accompany each seasonal transition. The rituals help magical communities adjust their practices and preparations to align with changing magical conditions, while also strengthening their connection to the natural forces that sustain magical life. The Spring Awakening rituals celebrate the return of life force and magical vitality after winter's dormant period. These ceremonies typically begin before dawn on the spring equinox, when participants gather in outdoor locations where they can witness the first light of the new season. The rituals involve the lighting of special fires that represent renewed magical energy, the planting of seeds that have been blessed with intentions for the coming year, and group meditations that help participants align their personal magical development with the awakening energies of spring. Preparation for Spring Awakening rituals often begins weeks in advance, as participants cleanse their magical tools, renew their protective charms, and set intentions for their magical growth during the coming year. Traditional preparations include fasting periods that purify both body and magical core, meditation practices that enhance sensitivity to changing magical currents, and the creation of personal talismans that will be charged with seasonal energy during the ceremony itself. Summer celebration rituals honor the peak of magical energy that occurs during the summer solstice, when magical forces reach their annual maximum intensity. These powerful ceremonies provide opportunities for advanced magical workings that would be impossible during other seasons, but they also require careful preparation and experienced guidance to ensure that participants can safely handle the intense energies involved. The rituals typically include group spellcasting sessions, the creation of magical items that require high energy input, and healing ceremonies that take advantage of summer's enhanced restorative powers. The community aspect of summer celebration rituals reflects the understanding that peak magical energy is best utilized through cooperative effort rather than individual practice. Large gatherings allow participants to pool their magical resources, while also providing mutual support and protection during intense magical workings. These ceremonies often become highlights of the magical social calendar, bringing together practitioners from different communities and traditions to share knowledge and celebrate their common connection to magical forces. Autumn harvest rituals focus on gathering and preserving the magical energies that have accumulated throughout the growing season. These ceremonies serve both practical and spiritual purposes, helping communities store magical resources for the leaner winter months, while also acknowledging the natural cycle of abundance and scarcity that governs all life. The rituals typically include the blessing and preservation of magical materials, the creation of protective charms for winter use, and ceremonies that honor the wisdom gained through the year's experiences. Traditional autumn harvest preparations involve the careful evaluation and processing of magical materials that have been gathered throughout the year. Herbs must be dried and stored under optimal conditions. Magical artifacts require cleansing and recharging, and protective spells need renewal or replacement. These practical activities are woven into ceremonial frameworks that transform routine maintenance into meaningful spiritual practice. Winter reflection rituals provide opportunities for deep contemplation and planning during the season when external magical activity naturally diminishes. These quiet ceremonies emphasize internal work, meditation, and the study of magical theory rather than active spellcasting. Participants use the winter season to process the experiences of the past year, integrate new knowledge and skills, and prepare mentally and spiritually for the renewed activity that will come with spring. The contemplative nature of winter reflection rituals makes them particularly valuable for experienced practitioners who have accumulated significant magical knowledge and need time to synthesize their understanding. These ceremonies often include extended meditation periods, group discussions of magical philosophy, and individual vision quests that help participants clarify their magical goals and priorities for the coming year. Coming-of-age rituals represent some of the most significant and carefully structured ceremonies in magical culture, marking the transition from magical childhood to adult practitioner status. These elaborate rites of passage typically occur when young wizards reach physical and magical maturity, usually around the age of 17, though the exact timing varies based on individual development and cultural traditions. The ceremonies serve to formally recognize the young practitioner's readiness to take on adult magical responsibilities, while also providing them with the spiritual and magical resources necessary for independent practice. Preparation for coming-of-age rituals often spans several years, during which candidates undergo intensive training designed to test and develop all aspects of their magical competence. This preparation typically includes advanced magical education, community service projects, wilderness survival challenges, and spiritual disciplines that strengthen character and resolve. The extended preparation period ensures that candidates are truly ready for adult responsibilities, while also building the community connections that will support them throughout their magical careers. The actual coming-of-age ceremony varies significantly between different magical cultures and traditions, but most include common elements designed to symbolically and literally transform the candidate from student to practitioner. These often involve ritual challenges that test magical competence, ceremonial oaths that bind the new adult to community values and responsibilities, and magical workings that enhance the candidate's magical abilities and provide them with adult magical tools and protections. Marriage bonding rituals in magical communities create both symbolic and literal connections between partners that extend far beyond ordinary romantic commitment. These ceremonies involve the actual magical linking of the partners' magical cores, creating permanent connections that allow them to share certain magical abilities and maintain empathic contact regardless of physical distance. The magical bonding process requires careful preparation and skilled officiants who understand how to create beneficial connections without unwanted side effects. Preparation for magical marriage bonding typically involves extensive counseling and magical compatibility testing to ensure that the partner's magical natures will harmonize rather than conflict when connected. Incompatible magical bonding can result in serious magical and psychological problems for both partners, making proper preparation essential for successful marriages. The preparation process often reveals aspects of magical compatibility that romantic attraction alone cannot assess, leading some couples to modify their bonding plans or seek additional training before proceeding with the ceremony. The marriage bonding ceremony itself creates a sacred space where the partner's magical essences can be safely joined through ritual processes that have been refined over centuries of practice. The ceremony typically involves the exchange of specially prepared magic, items that serve as focal points for the bonding energy, the recitation of vows that specify the nature and extent of the magical connection being created, and group magical workings performed by family and friends that strengthen and bless the new bond. Career transition rituals help magical practitioners navigate significant changes in their professional magical practice, whether they are moving from one specialization to another, taking on leadership responsibilities, or retiring from active practice. These ceremonies provide both practical and spiritual support for major life changes, while also helping communities adjust to shifts in their magical resources and leadership structures. Preparation for career transition rituals typically involves extensive evaluation of the practitioner's current magical abilities, goals for their new role, and the training or preparation needed to ensure successful transition. This evaluation process often reveals unexpected strengths and weaknesses that can influence transition plans, while also providing opportunities for the practitioner to address any gaps in their preparation before formally changing their career focus. Healing transition rituals support practitioners who are recovering from serious magical injuries or illnesses that have significantly affected their magical abilities. These ceremonies focus on helping the individual adjust to changed magical capabilities while maintaining their sense of identity and purpose as magical practitioners. The rituals often involve community support activities, modified magical practices adapted to the individual's current abilities, and spiritual work designed to help them find meaning and value in their changed circumstances. Leadership transition rituals mark the passage of authority from one generation of magical leaders to the next, ensuring that institutional knowledge and magical protections are properly transferred, while also formally recognizing the new leader's authority and responsibility. These ceremonies create magical links between new leaders and the communities they serve, while also providing them with access to institutional magical resources and protections that support effective leadership. Death transition rituals help both the dying individual and their community prepare for and process the ultimate change that awaits all living beings. These profound ceremonies focus on ensuring that the dying person's magical legacy is properly preserved and transmitted, while also helping survivors process their grief and maintain their connection to the deceased through appropriate magical practices. Modern adaptations of traditional change rituals reflect the evolving needs of contemporary magical communities, while maintaining the essential spiritual and practical functions that make these ceremonies valuable. Updated rituals often incorporate new understanding of magical theory and psychology, while preserving the symbolic and energetic elements that give traditional ceremonies their power and meaning. The training of ritual specialists has become increasingly important as magical communities recognize the complex skills required to facilitate meaningful change ceremonies. These specialists must understand not only the traditional forms and procedures of various rituals, but also the psychological and magical dynamics that make ceremonies effective tools for facilitating healthy transitions. Personal change rituals allow individual practitioners to create their own ceremonies for life transitions that may not fit traditional categories, or for personal transformations that require private rather than community acknowledgement. These individualized rituals often draw elements from traditional ceremonies while adapting them to meet specific personal needs and circumstances. The psychological benefits of change rituals extend far beyond their immediate magical effects, providing participants with structured ways to process major life transitions, while also connecting them to the wisdom and support of their magical communities. The ritualized approach to change helps individuals move through difficult transitions with greater confidence and resilience, while also strengthening their connections to the cultural traditions that give their lives meaning and purpose. As you reflect on these ancient practices that help magical practitioners navigate the inevitable changes that characterize all meaningful existence, consider how your own life transitions might be enhanced through ritual acknowledgement and ceremonial support. The wisdom embedded in these traditional practices offers insights that can transform our understanding of change from something to be endured into something to be embraced and celebrated. What transformations in your own life might benefit from the kind of intentional ceremonial attention that these ancient rituals provide? And how might creating your own change ceremonies help you navigate future transitions with greater grace and wisdom? Chapter 10. The Magical Theory of Transitional Magic. Between the certainty of what is and the possibility of what might be lies a realm of infinite potential, where magical forces gather like morning mist at the threshold of transformation. In this peaceful hour, we shall delve into the intricate theoretical framework of transitional magic, exploring how the very nature of change itself becomes a source of magical power and understanding. Transitional magic represents one of the most complex and philosophically challenging branches of magical theory, dealing with the fundamental question of how magical energy behaves during periods of transformation and change. Unlike stable magic, which operates within established patterns and predictable frameworks, transitional magic must account for the fluid, dynamic nature of reality in flux, where the normal rules of magical practice may be temporarily suspended or fundamentally altered. Imagine yourself standing at the precise moment when day becomes night, when the last rays of sunlight fade into the first shadows of evening. In this liminal moment, you might sense something beyond the simple passage of time, a gathering of potential energy that exists only in the space between one state and another. This is the essence of transitional magic, the harnessing of power that accumulates whenever reality shifts from one configuration to another. The theoretical foundations of transitional magic rest upon the principle that all change involves the temporary dissolution of existing magical patterns before new ones can be established. During these brief intervals of dissolution, the magical energy that was bound up in the old patterns becomes available for redirection and reconfiguration. Skilled practitioners of transitional magic learn to recognize these moments of magical availability and to channel the released energy towards specific purposes. This principle explains why magical practitioners have long observed that spells cast during moments of transition often display enhanced power and effectiveness. The energy released by the changing conditions adds to the magical force invested by the practitioner, creating amplification effects that can transform minor workings into major magical achievements. However, this same amplification can also make transitional magic dangerous for inexperienced practitioners who may find their spells producing far more dramatic effects than intended. The mathematical modeling of transitional magic presents unique challenges that have occupied theoretical magicians for centuries. Unlike stable magical phenomena, which can be described through consistent equations and predictable variables, transitional magic must account for continuously changing conditions where the fundamental parameters of magical reality are themselves in flux. This has led to the development of specialized mathematical tools borrowed from chaos theory and adapted for magical applications. The concept of magical phase transitions borrows terminology from physical science to describe how magical systems shift between different states of organization and behavior. Just as water can exist as solid ice, liquid water, or gaseous steam depending on temperature and pressure conditions, magical systems can exist in various phases that exhibit different properties and capabilities. Transitional magic focuses on understanding and controlling the conditions that trigger phase transitions in magical systems. Magical phase diagrams have been developed to map the conditions under which different types of magical transitions occur. These complex charts show how factors such as magical pressure, energy density, temporal alignment, and emotional resonance interact to determine which type of transition will occur under specific circumstances. Master practitioners of transitional magic study these diagrams extensively, learning to recognize the subtle signs that indicate when favorable conditions for specific transitions are developing. The temporal aspects of transitional magic involve understanding how magical energy behaves differently during various types of time-based transitions. Astronomical transitions, such as solar and lunar cycles, create predictable patterns of magical change that can be calculated and prepared for in advance. Personal transitions, such as birthdays or anniversaries, create more localized temporal effects that vary based on the individual's magical nature and personal history. Seasonal transitions represent some of the most powerful and accessible forms of temporal transitional magic. The shift from winter to spring involves massive reorganization of natural magical systems as dormant energies awaken and new growth patterns emerge. Practitioners who understand seasonal transitional theory can tap into these natural energy flows to enhance their magical workings, though they must also be prepared to handle the intense and sometimes unpredictable forces involved. Spatial transitional magic deals with the unique magical properties that manifest when crossing boundaries between different magical environments. The threshold between a magically protected area and ordinary space often becomes a zone of enhanced magical potential, where carefully timed spells can achieve effects impossible in either environment alone. Similarly, the borders between different magical territories may become conduits for transitional energy that skilled practitioners can channel for various purposes. The architecture of transitional spaces has become a specialized field of study as magical practitioners seek to create environments that facilitate and enhance transitional magic. These spaces typically feature design elements that emphasize threshold concepts, doorways, bridges, staircases, and other architectural features that symbolically and literally represent transition from one state to another. The geometry of these spaces is carefully calculated to concentrate transitional energies while providing safety for practitioners working with volatile magical forces. Emotional transitional magic explores how psychological and emotional changes create opportunities for enhanced magical practice. The intense emotional states that accompany major life transitions often correlate with periods of increased magical sensitivity and power. Practitioners who understand emotional transitional theory can learn to channel the energy of their own emotional transformations while also helping others navigate difficult psychological transitions through magical support and intervention. The preparation for emotional transitional work requires practitioners to develop deep self-awareness and emotional stability that allows them to work safely with intense psychological energies. This preparation often involves years of meditation, therapy, and supervised practice under the guidance of experienced emotional transition specialists. The work can be demanding and sometimes dangerous, as practitioners must learn to maintain their own psychological equilibrium while dealing with volatile emotional forces. Social transitional magic examines how changes in social relationships and community structures create magical effects that extend far beyond the individuals directly involved. When communities undergo major transitions, such as leadership changes, population shifts, or cultural transformations, the collective magical field of the community may reorganize in ways that create opportunities for enhanced group magical workings. The study of collective transitional effects has revealed fascinating insights into how individual magical cores interact to create emergent magical properties at the community level. Large-scale social transitions can temporarily amplify the magical capabilities of entire populations, while also creating vulnerabilities that hostile forces might attempt to exploit. Understanding these dynamics has become crucial for magical community leaders who must navigate major social changes while protecting their populations from magical disruption. Physical transitional magic focuses on the magical phenomena that accompany changes in physical state, location, or configuration. The process of magical transportation, for example, involves transitioning from one physical location to another through magical means, creating opportunities to tap into transitional energies during the transportation process itself. Similarly, physical transformation spells work by facilitating controlled transitions between different physical configurations. The theoretical framework for physical transitional magic draws heavily on quantum magical theory, which describes how magical energy behaves at the smallest scales of reality. At quantum levels, the distinction between different physical states becomes fluid, allowing for the probabilistic transitions that make magical transformation possible. Understanding quantum transitional effects has led to more precise and reliable transformation techniques, while also revealing new possibilities for magical manipulation of physical reality. Consciousness transitional magic deals with the unique magical properties that emerge during altered states of consciousness and psychological transformation. The transition between waking and sleeping states, for example, creates a natural window for certain types of magical work that require reduced conscious control and enhanced intuitive access. Similarly, meditative states that transition between ordinary awareness and deep contemplative consciousness can facilitate magical workings that are impossible during normal waking consciousness. The mapping of consciousness transitions has led to the development of specialized training programs that help practitioners learn to navigate different states of awareness while maintaining sufficient control to perform useful magical work. These programs typically combine traditional meditation techniques with magical theory and supervised practice, creating comprehensive preparation for advanced consciousness-based magical practice. Healing transitional magic applies transitional theory to therapeutic magical practice, recognizing that healing often involves facilitating transitions from diseased or injured states to healthy configurations. Rather than simply applying magical energy to damaged tissues, transitional healing works by creating optimal conditions for natural healing transitions while providing magical support for the transformation process. The theoretical foundation of transitional healing recognizes that disease and injury often involve stuck or disrupted transition processes, where natural healing mechanisms have become trapped in dysfunctional patterns. Transitional healing techniques work to restart natural healing transitions while providing magical energy to support and accelerate the recovery process. This approach often proves more effective than direct magical intervention because it works with rather than against natural healing processes. Creative transitional magic explores how artistic and creative processes involve transitions between different states of imagination and expression. The moment when artistic inspiration strikes, when a solution to a creative problem suddenly becomes clear, or when artistic expression flows freely, often coincides with transitional states that can be enhanced through magical means. Artists who understand creative transitional theory can learn to cultivate and extend these productive states, while also creating artworks that embody transitional energies. The integration of transitional magic theory with artistic practice has led to new forms of magical art that use transitional energies as both subject matter and creative medium. These artworks often feature elements that change and transform in response to viewer presence, environmental conditions, or temporal factors, creating dynamic aesthetic experiences that embody the principles of transitional magic theory. Educational applications of transitional magic theory have revolutionized how magical education approaches the learning process. Rather than viewing learning as simple accumulation of knowledge, transitional educational theory recognizes that meaningful learning involves transitions between different states of understanding and capability. Educational techniques based on transitional theory work to create optimal conditions for these learning transitions while providing magical support for students navigating difficult conceptual transformations. The development of transitional learning environments has become a major focus of contemporary magical educational research. These environments feature design elements and magical enhancements that facilitate learning transitions while also providing safety and support for students experiencing the disorientation that often accompanies major conceptual breakthroughs. The results have shown significant improvements in both learning speed and retention for students working in properly designed transitional learning spaces. Research applications of transitional magic theory have opened new possibilities for magical investigation and discovery. Many research breakthroughs occur during transitional moments when established theoretical frameworks give way to new understanding. Researchers who understand transitional theory can learn to recognize and cultivate these breakthrough moments, while also creating research environments that enhance the likelihood of transitional discoveries. The methodological implications of transitional research theory have led to new approaches to magical experimentation that take into account the dynamic, changing nature of magical phenomena. Traditional experimental methods, which assume stable, controllable conditions, often miss important transitional effects that occur only during periods of change and transformation. New transitional research methods are designed to capture and analyze these fleeting phenomena while maintaining sufficient experimental rigor to produce reliable results. Contemporary applications of transitional magic theory continue to expand as practitioners discover new ways to apply transitional principles to practical magical problems. Climate magic, for example, increasingly relies on transitional theory to understand and influence weather patterns that exist in constant states of change and transformation. Similarly, technological magic applies transitional principles to facilitate smooth integration between magical and non-magical technologies. The future development of transitional magic theory promises to reveal even deeper insights into the fundamental nature of change and transformation in magical systems. As our understanding of transitional phenomena continues to grow, we may discover that transition and change are not merely aspects of magical reality, but fundamental principles that underlie all magical phenomena. As you contemplate these intricate theoretical frameworks that describe how change itself becomes a source of magical power, consider how understanding transitional principles might transform your own approach to navigating life's inevitable transformations. The recognition that moments of change are also moments of enhanced possibility can shift our perspective from viewing transitions as challenges to be endured to opportunities to be embraced and skillfully navigated. What hidden potentials might you discover by learning to recognize and work with the transitional energies that accompany every significant change in your life? And how might mastering the art of transitional awareness transform both your magical practice and your capacity to thrive during periods of uncertainty and transformation? Chapter 11. The Ancient Magic of Luxembourgish Wizards. Hidden valleys where three great rivers converge have harbored magical secrets that span centuries of European mystical tradition. As gentle night breezes carry whispers of ancient enchantments, we journey to the heart of Luxembourg, where a small but remarkable magical community developed practices so unique and profound that they influenced magical traditions across the entire continent. The Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, nestled between the magical powerhouses of France, Germany, and Belgium, might seem an unlikely birthplace for revolutionary magical practices. Yet the very isolation and modest size of this mountainous region created conditions that fostered extraordinary magical innovation. Free from the political pressures and rigid traditions that constrained larger magical communities, Luxembourgish wizards developed approaches to magic that emphasized harmony, sustainability, and the careful cultivation of magical resources rather than displays of raw power. Picture yourself standing on one of Luxembourg's ancient castle ruins at twilight, looking out over rolling hills covered in dense forests that have sheltered magical communities for over 1,000 years. The landscape itself seems to pulse with accumulated magical energy, stored in stone circles hidden among the trees, flowing through underground streams that connect sacred groves, and rising from deep earth that has been blessed by centuries of careful magical cultivation. The geographical position of Luxembourg, at the confluence of major European magical traditions, created unique opportunities for synthesis and innovation. Luxembourgish magical practitioners had access to Celtic nature magic from the west, Germanic runic traditions from the north and east, and Roman systematic approaches from the south. Rather than simply adopting one tradition over others, they developed synthetic approaches that combined the best elements from multiple sources while adding their own innovations based on local conditions and needs. The multilingual nature of Luxembourg's population contributed significantly to the development of their magical practices. Spells that incorporated elements from French, German, and Luxembourgish languages often displayed enhanced effectiveness, as the linguistic diversity created richer semantic frameworks for magical expression. Luxembourgish wizards became masters of polyglot magic, developing techniques that drew upon multiple linguistic traditions to create more precise and powerful magical effects. Forest magic reached extraordinary sophistication in Luxembourg's dense woodlands, where magical practitioners learned to work in partnership with ancient trees, rather than simply harvesting their magical properties. Luxembourgish silviculture created managed forests, where magical and mundane trees grew in carefully planned relationships that enhanced the magical properties of both species while maintaining sustainable yields of magical materials for community use. The practice of tree partnership magic required decades of patient cultivation to establish meaningful relationships with forest consciousness. Young magical practitioners would adopt specific trees as lifelong partners, tending their growth and development while gradually establishing empathic connections that allowed for sophisticated magical collaboration. These tree partnerships often lasted for centuries, passed down through magical families who maintained multi-generational relationships with the same ancient oaks, beeches, and elms. Defensive magic in Luxembourg developed along unique lines that reflected the duchy's position as a small territory surrounded by larger and often hostile neighbors. Rather than developing offensive magical capabilities that might provoke retaliation from more powerful neighbors, Luxembourgish wizards perfected defensive techniques that made their territory essentially invisible to magical detection and navigation. These concealment methods were so effective that entire armies could pass through Luxembourg without realizing they had entered magical territory. The grand magical concealment of Luxembourg required the cooperation of the entire magical community, working together to maintain overlapping layers of misdirection, confusion, and selective invisibility that protected their settlements from unwanted attention. This collective defensive magic created strong bonds of mutual dependence within Luxembourg's magical community, while also fostering the collaborative approaches that characterized their magical culture. Mining magic developed extraordinary sophistication in Luxembourg due to the region's rich mineral deposits and the magical community's need for sustainable resource extraction. Luxembourgish magical miners learned to communicate with the geological spirits that inhabited underground spaces, negotiating agreements that allowed for beneficial extraction while maintaining the health and stability of subterranean ecosystems. The techniques developed by Luxembourg's magical miners included methods for enhancing ore quality through magical treatment, locating hidden deposits through earth spirit communication, and extracting materials without damaging the surrounding geological structures. These sustainable mining practices allowed Luxembourg's magical community to maintain productive mining operations for centuries without depleting their mineral resources or causing environmental damage. Metalworking magic in Luxembourg achieved levels of refinement that attracted attention from magical craftsmen throughout Europe. The combination of high-quality local ores, sophisticated mining techniques, and innovative magical metalworking methods allowed Luxembourgish smiths to create magical items of exceptional quality and durability. The secret techniques used in Luxembourg's magical forges were closely guarded and passed down only through traditional apprenticeship relationships. Luxembourg's magical metalworkers developed techniques for creating alloys that had no equivalent in ordinary metallurgy, combining magical and mundane metals in proportions that enhanced the magical conductivity and durability of finished products. These magical alloys were particularly prized for creating tools and weapons that required exceptional reliability and magical responsiveness. Agricultural magic in Luxembourg emphasized long-term soil cultivation and the development of sustainable farming practices that could support magical communities indefinitely without depleting natural resources. Luxembourgish magical farmers developed crop rotation systems that enhanced rather than depleted soil magical content, while also creating agricultural products with enhanced nutritional and magical properties. The magical agricultural methods used in Luxembourg included soil blessing ceremonies that enriched earth with accumulated magical energy, plant breeding techniques that enhanced both yield and magical potency, and pest management approaches that relied on natural magical balances rather than destructive interventions. These sustainable farming practices allowed Luxembourg's magical community to achieve food security while contributing to rather than depleting local magical ecosystems. Scholarly magic in Luxembourg developed unique characteristics due to the region's tradition of multilingual education and cultural synthesis. Luxembourgish magical scholars became renowned for their ability to translate and synthesize magical knowledge from diverse sources, creating comprehensive magical libraries that preserved important texts, while also developing new theoretical frameworks that integrated multiple magical traditions. The libraries of Luxembourg's magical institutions housed some of Europe's most comprehensive collections of comparative magical texts, including works translated from languages and traditions that were unavailable elsewhere. These libraries served as centers for international magical scholarship, attracting researchers from across Europe who came to study rare texts and participate in the collaborative research projects that were Luxembourg's specialty. Diplomatic magic evolved in Luxembourg as a response to the duchy's complex political position and the need to maintain peaceful relationships with larger neighboring powers. Luxembourgish magical diplomats developed techniques for facilitating communication, building trust, and resolving conflicts that proved valuable not only for political negotiations, but also for managing disputes within magical communities. The magical diplomatic traditions of Luxembourg emphasized patience, careful listening, and the creation of win-win solutions that served the interests of all parties involved in negotiations. These approaches often proved more effective than power-based diplomatic strategies, leading to lasting agreements that remained stable for centuries rather than merely temporarily suppressing conflicts. Healing magic in Luxembourg incorporated elements from multiple European medical traditions, while also developing unique approaches based on local magical resources and philosophical perspectives. Luxembourgish magical healers became known for their holistic treatments that addressed not only immediate symptoms, but also underlying imbalances that contributed to illness and injury. The healing traditions of Luxembourg emphasized prevention and health maintenance, rather than simply treating disease after it occurred. Magical health practices included regular cleansing and balancing rituals, dietary approaches that enhanced magical and physical health, and lifestyle recommendations that supported long-term well-being. These preventive approaches often proved more effective than purely therapeutic interventions. Architectural magic in Luxembourg created building techniques that integrated magical functionality with practical construction needs. Luxembourgish magical architects developed methods for creating structures that enhanced the magical capabilities of their inhabitants, while also providing protection, comfort, and beauty. These buildings often featured hidden chambers, magical transportation systems, and defensive capabilities that were completely invisible to non-magical observers. The magical architecture of Luxembourg emphasized harmony with natural environments, using local materials and construction techniques that enhanced rather than disrupted local magical ecosystems. Buildings were designed to channel and concentrate beneficial magical energies while deflecting harmful influences, creating living spaces that actively supported the health and magical development of their inhabitants. Artisanal magic in Luxembourg developed through centuries of tradition in fine craftsmanship and the creation of luxury goods for European markets. Luxembourgish magical artisans learned to infuse their products with subtle magical enhancements that increased durability, functionality, and aesthetic appeal without revealing their magical nature to non-magical customers. The techniques used by Luxembourg's magical artisans included methods for enhancing natural materials through magical treatment, creating decorative elements that incorporated functional magical properties, and developing artistic styles that appealed to both magical and non-magical sensibilities. These hybrid approaches allowed Luxembourg's artisans to participate successfully in international markets while maintaining their magical traditions. Musical magic in Luxembourg incorporated the polyphonic traditions of European classical music with magical techniques that used harmonic relationships to channel and direct magical energy. Luxembourgish magical musicians developed instrumental and vocal techniques that could create powerful magical effects through carefully structured musical performances. The musical magical traditions of Luxembourg included the composition of pieces that served specific magical functions, the development of instruments that incorporated magical enhancements, and performance techniques that allowed musicians to channel magical energy through sound. These musical magical practices often served both artistic and practical purposes, creating performances that were both aesthetically pleasing and magically functional. Conservation magic in Luxembourg focused on preserving and protecting the natural and magical heritage of the region for future generations. Luxembourgish magical conservationists developed techniques for maintaining magical ecosystems, preserving historical magical sites, and ensuring the sustainable use of magical resources. The conservation traditions of Luxembourg emphasized the interconnectedness of natural and magical systems, recognizing that protecting one required protecting both. Conservation efforts included habitat restoration projects, species protection programs, and educational initiatives that helped community members understand their role in maintaining environmental health. Modern Luxembourg continues to maintain many of its traditional magical practices while adapting to contemporary conditions and challenges. The duchy's magical community has successfully navigated the transition to modern life while preserving the essential elements of their magical heritage. Contemporary Luxembourgish magical practitioners continue to emphasize collaboration, sustainability, and the integration of multiple traditions. The lessons learned from Luxembourg's magical history offer valuable insights for magical communities facing similar challenges of preservation and adaptation. The Luxembourg example demonstrates that small magical communities can achieve remarkable innovations and maintain their distinctive characteristics, even when surrounded by larger and more powerful magical traditions. As you reflect on these traditions that emerged from the patient cultivation of harmony between diverse influences, consider how the Luxembourg approach to magic offers wisdom that extends far beyond spellcasting techniques. Their emphasis on collaboration, sustainability, and synthetic thinking provides a model for addressing contemporary challenges that require integration of multiple perspectives and long-term thinking. What magical innovations might emerge from your own patient cultivation of harmony between different aspects of your knowledge and experience? And how might embracing collaborative and sustainable approaches transform both your magical practice and your contribution to the magical community around you? Chapter 12. The Historical Development of Magical Evolution. As our journey through the magical realms draws to its gentle close, we turn our attention to the grand tapestry of magical evolution, tracing the endless dance of transformation that has shaped magical abilities from their earliest stirrings to the magnificent complexity we witness today. In the quiet depths of this peaceful hour, let us contemplate how magical forces themselves have grown, adapted, and evolved across the vast expanse of time. The concept of magical evolution encompasses far more than simple changes in spellcasting techniques or the refinement of magical tools and practices. It represents the fundamental process by which magical abilities themselves have transformed over millennia, becoming more sophisticated, diverse, and powerful as they have adapted to changing conditions and responded to the creative pressures exerted by countless generations of magical practitioners. Picture yourself standing at the dawn of magical awareness, when the first primitive humans discovered their capacity to influence reality through focused intention and mysterious inner forces they could not yet understand. These earliest magical stirrings were crude and unpredictable, more like brief glimpses of possibility than the reliable, sophisticated abilities that characterize modern magical practice. Yet within these humble beginnings lay the seeds of all future magical development. The prehistoric development of magical abilities appears to have followed patterns similar to those observed in biological evolution, with successful magical adaptations spreading through populations, while less effective approaches gradually disappeared. Archaeological evidence suggests that early magical practitioners who developed more reliable techniques for hunting, healing, and protection were more likely to survive and pass their abilities to future generations, creating natural selection pressures that favored increasingly sophisticated magical development. The transition from instinctive to intentional magical practice represents one of the most significant evolutionary leaps in magical history. Early magical practitioners gradually learned to consciously direct their abilities rather than simply experiencing random magical events. This shift from passive magical occurrence to active magical practice opened vast new possibilities for magical development, while also creating the foundation for all subsequent magical education and training. The development of spoken magical languages marked another crucial evolutionary milestone, as practitioners learned to use specific words and phrases to focus and direct their magical intentions. These proto-magical languages often incorporated sounds and rhythms that seemed to resonate naturally with magical energies, creating the first standardized approaches to magical practice that could be taught and transmitted across generations. Written magical systems evolved from oral traditions as magical communities recognized the need to preserve complex magical knowledge in permanent forms. The earliest magical texts were often carved in stone or painted on cave walls, creating the first magical libraries and establishing precedents for the systematic documentation of magical knowledge that continues to influence magical scholarship today. The agricultural revolution created new evolutionary pressures for magical development as settled communities faced different challenges than nomadic populations. Agricultural magic emerged to address needs for crop protection, weather influence, and pest control, while the formation of permanent settlements required new approaches to magical defense and community organization. These agricultural adaptations often required more sophisticated and sustained magical practices than the hunting and gathering magic of earlier periods. The development of specialized magical professions represents a major evolutionary advance that allowed for unprecedented levels of magical sophistication and expertise. As magical communities grew larger and more complex, individual practitioners could focus their development on specific magical specializations rather than attempting to master all aspects of magical practice. This specialization allowed for deeper exploration of particular magical domains, while creating networks of cooperation that enhanced the overall magical capabilities of entire communities. Magical tool evolution paralleled the development of magical abilities themselves, as practitioners learned to create and use objects that enhanced, focused, and amplified their natural magical capabilities. The progression from simple focusing stones to sophisticated wands, from basic protective amulets to complex magical artifacts, reflects the co-evolution of magical abilities and the technologies designed to support and enhance them. The evolution of wand magic illustrates the complex interactions between magical ability development and technological innovation. Early wands were often simple sticks chosen for their natural magical properties, but over centuries of development they evolved into sophisticated instruments precisely crafted to channel specific types of magical energy. This evolution required corresponding development in the magical abilities needed to effectively use increasingly complex magical tools. Educational evolution transformed how magical abilities were developed and transmitted, moving from informal apprenticeships to structured institutions that could systematically cultivate magical potential. The development of magical schools and universities created environments where magical abilities could be studied, refined, and enhanced in ways that individual practice alone could never achieve. The standardization of magical education created both opportunities and challenges for magical evolution. While standardized curricula ensured that all practitioners received solid foundational training, they also created pressures toward conformity that might limit innovative magical development. Successful magical educational systems learn to balance standardization with encouragement for individual exploration and innovation. International magical exchange accelerated evolutionary processes by bringing different magical traditions into contact with each other. When magical practitioners from different cultures shared their techniques and perspectives, the resulting synthesis often produced advances that exceeded what any single tradition could achieve independently. These cross-cultural exchanges became increasingly important as communication and transportation improved. The globalization of magical knowledge created unprecedented opportunities for rapid magical evolution, while also raising concerns about the homogenization of magical traditions. As successful techniques spread rapidly around the world, local variations and innovations sometimes disappeared, leading to efforts to preserve magical diversity while still benefiting from global knowledge sharing. Magical mundane integration has become an increasingly important factor in contemporary magical evolution. As non-magical technology has advanced, magical practitioners have been forced to adapt their practices to function effectively in a world increasingly dominated by electronic devices, global communication systems, and scientific worldviews that challenge traditional magical perspectives. The development of hybrid magical technological systems represents a current frontier in magical evolution, as practitioners work to create approaches that successfully integrate magical and non-magical capabilities. These hybrid systems often display emergent properties that exceed the capabilities of either magical or technological approaches alone, suggesting new directions for future magical development. Environmental pressures continue to drive magical evolution, as changing global conditions require new magical responses. Climate change, habitat destruction, and pollution create challenges that traditional magical practices were not designed to address, forcing contemporary magical practitioners to develop new techniques and approaches for environmental protection and restoration. Ecological magical evolution focuses on developing magical practices that work in harmony with natural systems rather than attempting to dominate or control them. This represents a significant shift from earlier magical traditions that often emphasized human magical power over natural forces, reflecting growing understanding of ecological interconnectedness and sustainability. Population pressures have influenced magical evolution as growing human populations create both opportunities and challenges for magical development. Larger magical populations can support greater specialization and more sophisticated magical institutions, but they also create resource pressures and social complexity that require new approaches to magical organization and governance. Urban magical evolution addresses the unique challenges of practicing magic in densely populated areas where traditional magical practices may be difficult or impossible to maintain. Urban magical practitioners have developed techniques for working in constrained spaces, managing magical emissions to avoid detection, and creating magical communities within non-magical urban environments. Consciousness evolution represents perhaps the most profound aspect of magical development, as practitioners have gradually developed greater awareness of their own mental processes and enhanced abilities to direct their consciousness toward magical goals. This evolution in consciousness has enabled increasingly sophisticated magical practices, while also opening new possibilities for magical development that were unimaginable to earlier generations. The study of consciousness evolution has revealed that magical abilities and consciousness development are intimately connected, with advances in one area typically leading to corresponding advances in the other. This recognition has led to magical training programs that emphasize consciousness development alongside technical magical skills, creating more well-rounded and capable magical practitioners. Ethical evolution in magical practice reflects growing understanding of the responsibilities that accompany magical abilities. As magical power has increased, so has awareness of the potential for both beneficial and harmful uses of magic, leading to the development of ethical frameworks that guide responsible magical practice. The development of magical ethics has required synthesis of philosophical traditions, practical wisdom, and ongoing dialogue about the appropriate uses of magical power. These ethical frameworks continue to evolve as new magical capabilities create previously unimaginable possibilities for both helping and harming others. Future magical evolution promises to bring developments that may be as dramatic as any in magical history. Emerging fields such as quantum magic, consciousness manipulation, and interdimensional travel suggest that we may be on the threshold of evolutionary leaps that will transform our understanding of what magical practice can accomplish. The acceleration of magical evolution in recent centuries suggests that future developments may occur more rapidly than historical patterns would predict. This acceleration creates both exciting possibilities and serious challenges, as magical practitioners must learn to adapt more quickly, while also ensuring that rapid change does not compromise the safety and wisdom that should guide magical development. Research into magical evolution continues to reveal new insights into the fundamental nature of magical abilities and their relationship to consciousness, biology, and the structure of reality itself. This research may eventually lead to understanding of how magical evolution can be consciously directed rather than simply observed and documented. As our exploration of magical evolution draws to its close, we find ourselves contemplating the remarkable journey that has brought magical practice from its primitive beginnings to its current sophistication. This journey reflects not only the development of magical abilities, but also the growth of human consciousness, creativity, and wisdom that has guided magical evolution toward increasingly beneficial and enlightened expressions. The study of magical evolution reveals that change and growth are not merely inevitable aspects of magical development, but fundamental characteristics that define the very nature of magical reality. Like the magical evolution that has shaped the abilities we inherit and practice today, our own magical development continues this endless process of growth, adaptation, and transformation. As you rest in the gentle embrace of night's quietude, consider how your own magical journey participates in this grand evolutionary process that stretches back to the earliest stirrings of magical awareness and forward into possibilities yet to be imagined. What contributions might your unique magical development make to the ongoing evolution of magical abilities, and how might your growth and discoveries help shape the magical possibilities available to future generations?